Go! Hi, Rika. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening! Thank you so very much for joining me today on another Tippa stream on a Tippa Thursday, brother! Where's the week going? This week does not exist, but thankfully today exists because not only is it a Tippa Thursday, Cubs, it is bum ba da ba 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 bum ba 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 bum ba 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 ba. It's Ryan's birthday! Please do give Rayon a super duper 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 happy birthday wish. I feel so bad because I was like, hey gamer, because she's like, oh, we're gonna do like board games at my house. I'm like, gamer, I have a final tonight. I have a final, and you live kind of a little bit away, and it's Friday tomorrow, and can I get an IOU for this weekend? And she's so sweet because I'm just like, you know, as long as we do something this weekend, you know, it's whatever. And she's like, I don't know what she said, but it like made my heart so warm. Basically, like, she's like, as long as I get to hang out with you, it's fine. And I'm like, so I cried like internally, and like I tear up right now because I'm like, oh, friendship is so beautiful. But now I have to come up with a list of options. I say, hey, no, just trust me. Because, you know, trust me, I'm really good at planning stuff. But now I have to figure out what to do. But you know what? That's a tomorrow Tippa problem. The geriatric stuff for the exam that's on Tuesday, the exam on Monday. What else did we have to do? Oh, that group presentation that's still existing. All a tomorrow issue. And now on top of that, I have to add planned birthday. But please do give her a happy birthday before I completely... Thank you, Pata. I see you redeemed. Give me one whole hecky moment. I am so slow. But yeah, that's the big news. Other than that, Cubs, I know we've seen each other every day so far this week. Thankfully, nothing too new. I don't feel or sound that sick. But hey, Cubs, here's your daily reminder. Please wash your water bottles. Yeah? You're probably like, Tippa, of course, I wash my water bottle every day. Oh, I'm so big. Thank you for the prom redeem. Thank you! We haven't seen this one in a hot minute. Thank you, gamer. Yeah, there's mold in my water bottle because I forgot to wash it for 2 weeks. So please wash your water bottles. I've been wondering why. I'm like, oh, maybe that's why I felt kind of sick yesterday. Not because I inhaled that weight. It's maybe because I don't know. And I've been having this weird wacky thing where I wake up choking now. So I'm like, huh. Mold again. 2 weeks. Yeah, I know. It's just one of those stupid things where I'm like, I just like rinse it and then I'm like, oh, this is good enough. I'll put water back in. I'm like, no, you have to let it dry. Then you can put the lid back on. You know, stuff like that. Anyway, so just your daily reminder to not get mold in your water bottle so you don't have difficulty swallowing or maybe not wake up coughing in the middle of the night. Because I wake up like I'm suffocating, and this has happened like twice already, and I'm like, huh. New symptom unlocked. Let's go! Nice. Anyway, let me see my woes. Hi, Pata. Hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. Gowl. Thank you so much for the self-care checks. I promise I did them during the starting soon, but I will posture check. I squeeze my shoulder blades back so I can stop having this rounded posture. Goodness gracious. I'll take an inhalation of air into the nose, out to the mouth. And I'll take a hydrate. Cubs, would you believe my drink of choice today is green tea with lemon with no milk, just honey, and I might put milk a little bit later. And the milk is not like just regular milk, it's sweet cream. Very tasty, very comforting. But again, I have, what now is it, 3 days? I think it expires on the 15th to drink all these tea bags before they go bad. And it's not like a ticking time bomb. It's not like it's gonna suddenly go bad and I'll like die when I drink it like December 16th. But I would like to try to see if I could get you the majority of it by the end of the year. So I've been drinking like several, to the point that I kind of even forgot. I felt so bad because I walked into my kitchen last night and I just see a cup on my little coffee maker, because the coffee maker can also just pour hot water, and that's how I've been making my teas. And I'm like, huh, forgot about this. man. So I just put it in the fridge. I'm like, no, there's no ants in here, right? I'm just gonna put it in the fridge. I'm gonna just drink it like it's iced tea, so it's fine. Anyway, Gamer, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Your name looks oddly familiar, but don't that might just be my little deja vu. But thank you, Gamer. Anyway, let me go ahead and take this really quick sip. Really quick, huh? Thank you. I've been like chugging it like right before stream. So I'm kind of like, I already have to make another cup because I haven't washed my water bottle quite yet. So no, try to limit the hydrate redeems until next break. Anyway, so thank you so much for politely lurking. Hi Jam, hi, welcome on in, welcome. Gamer, when are you joining the Spanish club? Come on, open a Discord. You're gonna have this conversation. Literally, listen, if I see there's an existence of a Discord account, you don't even have to join the server. I will leave you alone forever. Or at least leave you alone about that. But hi Gamer, hi, welcome. Hi Robo, hi, let's go. We're going. Go. And hi, Ayo. Hi Gamer, I hope you're doing super well. I hope that you have some very fun, exciting plans coming up in the next few weeks. Oh my goodness. Huh? Pata says it's a fine occasion we have it. Wait, a fine occasion we have it. Seems on the other side of the interwebs? Huh? A fine occasion for the prom outfit? Just making sure I'm understanding correctly. Anyway, hi Virgos, hi, welcome in as well. Welcome. Again with the mold? I know, that's just me. Teehee. The Leobot ad bottle washing. I need a reminder. Honestly, that's what I might do. I might actually set up the Leobot on our Discord to put a reminder. Wash water bottle. But I know I've been having to wash it for the past 2 weeks, but I just got really lazy. Because, I have this really bad habit of when I get really stressed, I'm really hyper-focused on that one thing until it's gone. So, yeah, whoops. Anyway, interesting. What coffee maker do you have? I'm so glad you asked. So, honestly, this was actually a pretty big investment that I had made. It's not like an espresso maker machine or whatever. But I really recommend it. Let me see if I have the Amazon link, okay? And from there, I can even link it to you. But it's it sounds so bougie. I promise I got it on sale, and it was a really good sale. It's one of the Ninja coffee makers, but I really like mine. Oh God, what price did I pay? Because I definitely did not. I definitely did not pay that much. Hold on. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how to check. Anyway, I got. There's not really a brand for it, so can I just go ahead and send you the link? I have this bad boy, and before you're like Tippa, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I was so devastated because, as you cubs may have remembered, my old coffee maker had roaches in it because my previous roommate was a messy person, to the point that we started having roaches, and then they lived in my coffee machine, and I felt absolutely devastated. And I wanted something that worked out for me, because the previous coffee machine was only like a K-cup thing. And don't get me wrong, sure, K-cups are cool and whatever, but I wanted something that did K-cups and could make regular brewed coffee, because I really still like drinking my Cafe Bustelo. And no, I've been making it through like the little oh, the name is escaping me, the little espresso cup thing you could put on the stove. Sometimes it just wasn't like the same for me, so I just wanted something that could do both when I get lazy. And this is really nice, especially when me and Ryan have our little girls morning, and we're making, or she's making the fried eggs and I make the coffee, and so I make us a pot that we drink throughout the day. Oh yeah, I'll dress up for the occasion of Ryan's birthday, for sure. Learning Spanish is helpful, brother. It is so helpful. I'm gonna be a pro soon, but right now listen, I'm struggling right now in Spanish chapter 2, and of course I should give myself grace. Just because I read something once doesn't mean I'm gonna be good at it immediately. But the estar and sir, But oh my gosh, Sarah? Yeah. I'm struggling with it. I had a really hard time getting through those chapters because I understand the premise and I could conjugate them really well. Like I know like estoy, estás, está, están, and like when to use it, what conjugation of like what are you talking about, yourself, you, him, her, a group, whatever. And then ser, which was, it's escaping me, but like the son. Yeah, forget the other ones already. Wow. Anyway, I was doing the exercises and I'm like, oh, okay. But then they wanted you to identify the reason why you're using one or the other. Because are you describing like a health, a location? And I was just trying to cram in the chapter 2 like really early morning. I only had like 2 Pomodoro sessions or 2 45-minute sessions. So I was kind of like, oh, that's a tomorrow issue. Yay! Everything is a tomorrow issue. Yay! 9BT Gamer, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Hi, Gamer. Fellow VTuber handshake emoji? Handshake emoji. Hold on, let me get the Galmer emote in there. Oh my goodness, but yeah. One day I will be a Spanish pro. Today, not a pro. Maybe tomorrow or Saturday if I get very bored, but I can't be very bored because I'm trying to plan Ryan's birthday. So, what if I'm like, hey, for your birthday, you really want to go over chapter 2 together? I know how much you love me and you want me to understand Spanish because we're learning this together. But we'll see where it goes, for sure. My sis got my birthday. Come here, brother. When's your birthday? I'm gonna write on my calendar. When's your birthday? So then I could just tag you in the Cup Club, being like, "Happy birthday!" But if you what do you call it? I understand not a lot of people would like to share their birthdays, and if you're one of those people, I respect the grind. Please don't worry. I am just gonna wish you a happy early birthday in case I don't get to catch you. I can sing happy birthday multiple times, so it's fine. Anyway, and a 1, and a 2, and a scooty-dooby-doo. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear pie. Happy birthday to you, bum bum. And many more. Ba 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 ba. But just in case. But I don't think I'd miss it. Unless it's on a weekend, then I'll miss it. But I don't think I will, but I hope you have a really sweet day, Gamer. Oh, goodness. But I'll write on my calendar. You let me know. I'm speaking in past chat right now, but I'll read it. I'll look at it. I'll write it, even though I have my calendar on the floor right now because I just... That's again, my mental health is... My room's a reflection of my mental health, but also I couldn't have any papers on the desk because when I do the exam, I can't have anything that I could write on other than like a whiteboard. And I haven't been pinged yet. That sounds too gamer. But anyway, I haven't been pinged yet about my calendar, but I had such a strict professor. I was just like, oh, she's probably gonna count it. And I just like put it on the floor and I'm like, I hope Baby Peace doesn't need it. She hasn't yet, but I also don't think she's noticed, so who knows. Anyway, if Baby see me randomly be like, I'm gonna go grab it now, that's why. Anyway. Tiberi, hi gamer! Welcome back! Hi gamer, hold on. Hi gamer. I hope you've been well. Welcome. Good luck with the studies. Gamer, thank you so much. I need that. But can it make espresso? If you count some of the K-pops, I'm sorry. I'm like, anyway, the K-cups, some are just espresso based. And like Cafe Bustelo is it's up to you. Hey, whatever you do, see if that fits your oh my goodness, what you would like. Teehee, haha, ho ho. And it's on a pretty good sale for $169. Nice. Or $179, brother. Does the other ones not come with a frother? Brother, I love my frother. That's how I've been surviving and making like my little cafe style drinks, you know? But yeah. No more plastic waste. Exactly. So easy. But I don't know. I'm still trying. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not the biggest fan of K-cups anymore. I think they're really cool. they're very easy, and I guess it's much easier like in an office environment, but I was like gifted K-cups, so I'm still slowly but surely trying to get through them. Sometimes it's really easy to like pop one in. I understand the convenience of it, you know, like early in the morning I'm like, oh, I only have 30 minutes to stream. Oh, I'm not gonna scoop these ground coffee. I'm just gonna put a K-cup in. So I'm sorry, Cubs, I'm not eco-friendly quite yet. FCW, hi gamer, thank you so much for the look and the self-care checks. I promise I'll catch up with those self-care checks later. I owe you, you know? Oh my goodness, OMG, it's a Tipa. OMG, it's Spud. Hi gamer. Gamer, I actually downloaded Marvel Rivals, so I kept my computer on last night. Please don't ask me. But for multiple reasons. Please don't ask me. But one of them, you can ask me, was Marvel Rivals. So I'm very excited to finally like look at the game and be like, wow, amazing. And I don't know, Ryan's been playing it and I was shocked. I'm like, Ryan, you played this game? And a few friends and her were playing and I was just in the dust. Because I didn't have the game downloaded and I was like, hey guys, I'm not feeling like playing the game. I'm so like brain dead after that final, which I have to actually talk about. I have to tell you guys how that final yesterday went because yeah, anyway. I don't think there's actually a grade yet, but I'll go ahead and check in the meanwhile while I'm multitask. SCW, thank you so much for politely lurking yet again. Thank you for formally politely lurking. And 9, of course, you're very welcome. Let's work for future Tipa. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, why am I stressed? Oh, I got so stressed. Hold on. I was like... no, I don't think it's in. Let me see. SX. Yeah, there's only the 2 right now. I thought my grade had changed, but it didn't. So... Alright, we'll just wait and see what grade I get, and we'll talk about that also when I catch up with chat. Sam says, hello, Weirdo Bear? Brother, you ever consider that Weirdo Bear is actually a bearcat, and that's why it might be a little bit weird? Or maybe it's my upbringing or my really early access to the internet? Like, brother, we could sit here all day talking about why I might be a weirdo, but we need to make the correction that it is definitely bearcat and not bear. You're the nightmare before Christmas? Okay, hold the phone. I'm grabbing my calendar. Where's my pen, actually? Alright, I'm writing in my calendar. Pi's birthday. I just wrote B-Day. Yay! Alright, Christmas Eve, baby. I hope you have a really good birthday, and I hope that they don't cheat you out of your birthday gifts, okay? Just be like, oh, but the next day is Christmas. Or if you're one of those people like me who celebrate on Christmas Eve, it's like, oh, but it's Christmas Eve. No. You have to get at least 2 gifts from everyone. It's like mandated. But you already probably have your system going, so it's fine. It's whatever. Hoy es el cumpleaños de Ryan. Sí, muy feliz. Feliz cumpleaños, feliz. Whatever you say in Spanish. I'll get there eventually, you know? Lena says I should play Resident Evil 7 since you're so close to mold. What if I don't do that? Spaghetti really wants me to play... What was it? Sorry. Spaghetti, don't kick my butt. I told Spaghetti... This was such a bad exchange. Can we talk about this? I said, hey, Spaghetti, I think mouthwashing would be up your alley. I think you would enjoy it. And he said, cool, I'll watch someone play mouthwashing because I don't want to spend $12. Understandable, because there was a lot of people at the time playing mouthwashing. If you decide to watch this 8-hour playthrough of Resident Evil, or I think it was Resident Evil. I hope it was. I'm trying to like dig at it. Let's see. Yeah, he wants me to watch Resident Evil 1. Which is not 8 hours, mind you. It's actually 11 hours. I'm like, what a bad exchange for like a 2-hour game versus 11. But I am curious about the series. I'm just not like, I don't know. I'm not strong enough to like play a horror game. Gamer? Hi, Rib. Hi, friends. Hello. Hello. Hi, Ruth. Thank you so very much for a raid. How's your No Man's Sky adventures? Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome, raiders. My name is Tipanya. Nice to meet ya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the gal gal and the nya nya. And it's very nice to meet ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much for entrusting your community with me. I hope you had a great time being, I actually don't know the plot of No Man's Sky. Like, I watched you play, but every time I watch you play, you're in a ship. Every time I tab over, I'm like, yep, ship. So I hope you had some really good exploration and yes. I'm so behind on stream, so please forgive me. We found a home planet. Oh, so it's like Minecraft. Okay, Cubs. Actually, wait, can we talk about something really quick? Really quick. This includes RIP too. Hey, I got the parts for the Minecraft server. Now I just have to peer pressure someone to help me put the parts in. And then I have to figure out the server domain stuff so I don't dox my location. Yay! Look forward to Minecraft server! Where you, instead of finding a home planet, you find a home base somewhere in the world of Minecraft. Yay! Yay! But I hope you found a super duper cozy base, gamer. Ayo? But yeah, look forward to it. Hold on, let me read this message. Yay! Oh, I'll gladly help any way I can. Yeah! Sorry, I'm not caught up with chat. So I have like an open window of my current stream. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna read it. Thank you, gamer. Thank you. But yeah, gamers and raiders as well. If you have to raid around absolutely no hacking words today, I'm doing some more studying because I have yet another final today. Second final out of 4. Let's go! So I'm going to be reading some notes. And these are really interesting, even though it is really focused around pediatrics and be like, oh, heck them kids or something or whatever. These kids also tend to grow up to be adults. So yeah, it's really interesting. We'll be talking about cardiac conditions, assistive devices, autism, sensory processing disorders, and law. So yay! So look forward to it. But I'm still catching up and I still have to ramble about yesterday's exam, so don't mind me. But do take care of yourself. Study hard. I will, gamer. Hi, Kai. Hi. Oh God. Oh, good luck. Thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. I still have 5 hours exactly, so don't worry. Teehee. Anyway, I'll speed run it. But yeah, stand up and stretch, hydrate, eat something super duper yummy, and I will catch you, gamer, later. But thank you so much again for the raid. Thank you. Anyway, your poor PC was pulling an all-nighter. I know, I don't like leaving my PC on. I haven't left my PC on for a very long time, and I'm talking about like when I was a baby. When I used to download stuff, it would take forever because I had really bad internet. So what I would do is that if I wanted to download something big, like a video game or something, video game, I would leave my computer on overnight. And I would just sleep because I'm like, yeah, no way am I staying up for this 4-hour download. That's gonna literally like lag everything I'm using. So, boo. But thank you, Double, for stopping by. I appreciate it. Pi says I get double gifts. Good. I was gonna fight the system if you didn't. Terry says you'll be productive alongside me. Thank you, gamer. If you need to use the super sweet bot, you're more than welcome to. I could get that set up for you if you really need to or you really want to. Also, not to shill my own Discord. But we have the study cubbies role, so you could do little Pomodoro solo. But then it's like a leaderboard, so it'll actually count the time that you do, and all the information's in the Discord. And that's not me shilling my Discord, that's just me being like, oh my goodness, God, do you like Pomodoro? Well, here you go. Here's some more structure for you. Bam. Enjoy the lurk. But hi, Gala. Hi, Kai. Hi, gamer. Hold on. Hi, Kai. Dandang. Officially. And thank you guys for defending the fort. I appreciate it. Yay, cardio. I didn't know humans could get I was gonna say Fallout, but that's how I want to say it. Fallout. Tetralogy as well. Yeah, it's wacky. Teehee, but it is what it is. Anyway, gamers. Let's see. You need to catch up on Spanish? We got an osito? Rip osito? Question mark? Exclamation mark? I'm so proud. I love a community. I love learning new skills together. I like people who humor me and actually get stuff done, and then, you know, we grow together as people because we stop putting off the things that we want to do, and we humor ourselves like, yeah, we're gonna do it, and then we don't give up because there's other people who are like, I'm also doing it, and you can't give up because they're also doing it, and you feel really motivated. I love the Spanish club. Anyway, hi, Mr. Gray. Hi, welcome. Anyway, so my exam yesterday. Yeah, by the way, sucked. I was not a fan of yesterday's exam. I think everything we talked about for like, what, 5 hours? I could have read you something else, Cubs, and I still would have got the same result. That was not like a one-to-one exam, and I never expect like an exam review or whatever we get or an outline to be one-to-one, but I expect some of the concepts to be there, right? Like that's the idea, right? This is to guide your knowledge. I think half of that was not on the study guide. A lot of those things were like made up, it felt like, and that's not to like put bad voodoo or however you want to say it, juju, out there in the open. I'm sure that I passed the exam, but I was just staring there at the exam. What is the cool adjective? Begrudgingly? I can't even say the word, but that's how I felt. I was just like, what the? What? What does this? What does this even say? Like, obviously, I cannot talk out loud. I mean, I'm not a person who talks to myself in general, but in my mind, I'm just like, what the? So only time can tell what will happen. The worst case scenario is that I did fail it and I do go under the C average for the exam and I fail the course and I get left back and I cry and I think, oh my god, I have to take this god-awful course again. But I have really high hopes because let me do the quick average with you Cubs really quick. I think I got an 83 and then a 77. So I got an 80%, right? Or I have an 80 average right now. So I somehow would have to, like, let me see, 160. Let's say I got like a 40 on the exam. Okay, that's a little too low. Let's say I got a 60. Let's do that. Hold on, can I do the math? Hold on. I like fat fingered the thing. 77, 82, 60 divided by 3. I would have to score a D or lower, like a 60 or lower. Maybe like a 50, high 50 something to actually fail the course. And I really don't think I scored so awful to do that. So high hopes that I passed the course. Not so high hopes that I had a great score, but definitely it should have been passing. And we are done. Finally, almost officially, I forgot I have the group project, but all the academic stuff I am officially done with for admin, minus the stupid group project. That is a tomorrow thing. Excuse me, but for this exam, this is pediatrics. This one, as I keep telling you Cubs, if it's more health related, I feel more like excited to talk to you Cubs. This one also has about 38 pages. So this one, I don't think I'm going to take as long as I did yesterday. But this one does have a lot of information. It's pretty dense, but thankfully it's a lot of pictures and tables and all that good stuff. So let's get to it, okay? So after 30-ish minutes of yapping, let's go on. So we actually have a variety of topics today, and we'll go by one, as I already mentioned earlier, some of the really interesting ones, some that you see in the title, etc. But the first one we're going to start off with is pediatric cardiology. So we have two kind of conditions when we talk about cardiovascular, or the cardiovascular system. We have acyanotic and then cyanotic. And so you kind of see this word, the cyan, and that means blue. A means without, so without blue, B in blue. And so let's talk about some details right here in this beautiful table I made. So acyanotic is that the blood is flowing to the body and, you know, the body's still getting enough oxygen. While there may be like an abnormal blood flow or pressure in the heart, the oxygen levels in the blood going out to the body are usually normal. So in comparison, or in contrast, we have cyanotic, which is going to be this kind of defect that leaves like a bluish tint to the skin, especially around like the lips, oh my goodness, the nails, the mouth. I'm sure you Cubs kind of see this, especially when it gets too cold. It's like, oh, my fingertips are blue. If they're white, that's a whole nother condition called like, oh, how do you say it out loud? Raynaud's condition? Raynaud's, oh my gosh, I have to get the whole word. It's gonna bother me. I literally saw it earlier today too, because there's this social media person that I follow for years, not like religiously, but She's like, oh, the underneath my feet like appears white, and I'm like, what? And it's because there's like the blood flow cuts off, which is crazy. And it happens when it's cold, so actually I said it right. Yay! It's either Raynaud's disease or Raynaud's phenomenon or Raynaud's syndrome. If you look it up again, or I can even put the picture for you. Let me see. This is gonna be a big picture of a big hand. Sorry to the person who's on my study guide right now. So sorry. Anyway, you see? This is not normal. This is white. But yeah, that's like no blood flow, but that's not what we're talking about. We just went on a tangent. Anyway, so cyanotic, again, it's a bluish tint and not like a white like we just mentioned above. So this is conditions that allow poorly oxygenated blood to mix with oxygen-rich blood or bypass the lungs entirely, and because of this is going to end up sending less oxygen to the body. So let's kind of break it down of the conditions that we consider acyanotic, where it's like, oh, this is just abnormal blood flow or pressure, and then look at the other ones where it's like, oh no, we have poor oxygen circulating through our body, and this is why we have this like blue appearance. Another example, as I'm sure you cubs are aware, when someone is choking, they look blue because they're not getting oxygen. The thing, you know, their pipe got cut off and now there's no air coming in and they're choking, and yeah. So for acyanotic, we have 3 conditions that we'll focus on and we'll talk to in a little bit more detail, especially with these last 2. But we have the patent ductus arteriosus. I promise it's not like a Harry Potter spell, that's literally what it's called. And it's a condition where this particular blood vessel, the ductus arteriosus, it actually should close after birth. I know that sounds crazy, but like a lot of things should just stop or fix itself like immediately and magically, or I guess not magically, biologically, when you are born and outside of the womb. But unfortunately for this condition, and it's because of the pressure difference, to my understanding, that this is why this should be happening. But for whatever reason, this blood vessel doesn't close after birth, and it actually remains open, and this causes abnormal blood flow between the heart and the lungs. So this is focusing on one particular artery. Now we have the arterioseptic defect, or ASD, and this is actually going to be a hole in the wall. And this is going to be between the upper chambers, or as you cubs may recall from maybe your anatomy or biology, your atrium. So we have our atrium, those 2 chambers on top, and the 2 chambers on the bottom are going to be our ventricles. And so because there's a hole in the wall where there shouldn't be, there's going to be an abnormal blood flow between these 2 chambers. And then the last one that we have that we consider acyanotic is going to be ventricle septal defect, or VSD. And this is the same thing. It is still a hole in the heart, but now it's with the lower chambers, and this is going to be the ventricles, but it's the same effect of, hey, there's a weird blood flow, and for this one more particularly for the ventricles, it's going to cause like oxygen rich and oxygen poor blood to mix, and that's going to be, well, not as good as you would imagine. Galmer? Hi, Thals. Hi, welcome. Hi, Galmer. Hi, Galmer. Anyway, let me go ahead and sip some water really quick. Or tea. One moment. Hi, JV. Hi, welcome. Alright, so cyanotic, now we're moving on to the blue. We have 2 conditions. We'll talk about this one in a little bit more detail. But the tetralogy of fallout, or fout, oh my gosh. Fallout? Sorry. My bad. This is interesting. So tetra means 4. So this is a combination of 4 heart defects. So like you basically won the lotto, but not for like in the good way. So this individual has a combination of 4 heart defects that reduces blood flow to the lungs and causes oxygen poor blood to flow into the body, leading to a bluish tint to the skin. Our last cyanotic condition we're going to talk about is hypoplastic left heart syndrome. And this is really crazy, but this is actually where the left side of the heart is underdeveloped. And as you imagine, if anything is like wrong, underdeveloped, incorrect, or whatever, the other parts of the bodies have to make up for it. And because this left side is underdeveloped, the heart is going to struggle with pumping blood throughout the body. Imagine our tiny little muscle, or it's not that tiny. People like to say that your heart size is roughly the size of like a closed fist. and not just like any closed fist, but like your closed fist. So if you close your fist right now, kind of put it aligned to your left side. Yeah, that's kind of where your heart is. Like if you're doing, I know this sounds like very stupid and very weeby. You know, like the salute they do in Attack on Titan, or I guess like really any military smiley face emoji, and you put like the hand over your heart sort of thing. Yeah. If you put it on the left side, then you have a really good idea of like, wow, that's how, you know, that's the size of my heart. Wow, so crazy, so cool. So here's the same conditions yet again. Atrial septic defect, we just talked about that. That was one of our cyanotic disorders, ASD. Again, this is the wall in the heart, but this is again going to be for the upper chambers. This is going to be for the atria. And what happens is that we have this thing called the foramen ovale. This is like a hole in our heart that we have when we're normally kids or children, or not even newborns, just not yet borns. We're still in the womb, okay? And what happens is that once you're born, that foramen or ovale should be able to close because of the pressure, and if it doesn't, then heck, again, that's when we have the abnormal blood flow. This should be corrected around the ages of 2 to 3. This will not close on its own. We'll talk about ventral septic defect, where it's like, yeah, this is going to spontaneously close on its own. This one, you need surgery. Atrial septic defect is going to be one of the most sorry, it's not like we choose, one of the most common congenital heart defects that we have in the human body. And as you would imagine, some of the risk of having a hole in your heart, excuse me, is that the heart and lungs are going to work harder. You're going to have arrhythmia, so not like a steady heart rhythm, an abnormal heart rhythm, muscle heart weakness, stroke, which is crazy to think about, and pulmonary hypertension. Signs and symptoms that we would see in patients is that if they have this condition, you can expect them to be short of breath, that they're tired all the time. Because the blood is not circulating the way that it should, you might see some swelling in the legs, the feet, and the belly, oh my goodness. And also they might have a skipped heart rate, hence the arrhythmia as well, kind of going hand in hand with that. Conan, hi gamer, welcome on in, welcome. So for our next one, very similar, VSD, or the ventricular septic defect. This is a hole in our heart. Oh, sorry, let me also point out. The hole's right here for the foramen ovale. And if you look at like a real picture of it, which I will not show you cubs because I try to avoid showing cadaver photos as much as I can. My face emoji. It's like a flap basically, and the flap doesn't close properly, so you end up with this little hole right here. So I'm trying to find something really quick. Okay, so the ventricular septic defect. So you see how this one's on the top, by the way, with the hole right here? Ventricular, again, it's going to be for the ventricular chambers, which are down here, and we could spot the hole right here. So what happens with this is that the septic defect is that this wall doesn't close completely, and because this wall doesn't close completely, wow, abnormal blood flow, and that kind of hacks up your body a little bit. So this doesn't fully develop into a straight wall, as we can see with the comparison of, of this. It's supposed to be closed, but this is not. And what happens is that this actually magically, spontaneously, actually closes up around the ages 5 to 7. Or you could do it surgically. By the time you're maybe 5 or 7 and that hole is still there, it's like, okay, we need to do surgery. Let's see. Alright, let's talk about TOF, or again, that tetralogy ballot. So again, this is a rare heart condition about winning the lotto in a bad way, and that you have a combination of 4 heart defects that are present at birth. And because this is a cyanotic condition, it causes low blood levels in the blood, and then they have basically a bluish or purplish tint to the skin. I wonder if I could look up a picture. I know this sounds like very like morbid, but like how blue are they, you know? Let's see. Oh, they're not looking too good. We have a drawing and it's not looking that great, cubs. Anyway, so yeah, so they're actually blue, cubs. Okay. Anyway, now that we got that curiosity out of the way, teehee. The combination of 4 defects are as followed. So they will have the ventricular septic defect, so the condition that we just talked about earlier, where again, there's a hole in their heart right here. Da-dang. So again, hole between the ventricles. They're gonna have pulmonary stenosis, so this is an obstruction of blood flow from the right ventricle to the lungs. Stenosis is also known as basically a narrowing, so hence this is saying the obstruction. I don't know if you guys have heard of spinal stenosis before, but I feel like it's a very common thing you hear with older adults, and it's basically the hole in our spine, or the foramen, and the nerves that are passing through this hole, or that foramen, is getting smaller, I guess, for XYZ reason. And that's why sometimes people complain about like numbness and tingling going down, because their nerve is getting quote unquote pinched because of the stenosis. For our third one, it's going to be an overriding aorta. So the aorta is this is a huge artery that you have in your body. It's big. It's oh my gosh, Cubs, like you would never think about it. It's like, oh yeah, it's right there in the heart. Brother, no, can I show you the whole aorta? Let me see. So your aorta, yes, it comes from here, your heart, and you can see it here, yes? But then, look at it. It goes all the way down. You have the abdominal aorta as well, and then it goes splits off into the pelvis. So, teehee, haha, ho ho. So it's humongous thing. So now we're saying that, hey, we have an overriding aorta, so the aorta is going to shift and lie directly over this how do you say it, this ventricular septic defect. And then the last combination of 4 heart defects is going to be the right ventricular hypertrophy, so the muscles here are a little bit thicker. Oh yeah, it is today. I'm so sorry, gamer. I'm like locked into the cardiology. I'm sorry. I hope your physical practical went super duper 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 well, gamer. You're gonna give your support, not my support. Got it. Thank you, gamer. Your finals are now concluded despite fundamentally misunderstanding them. Hey, listen, as long as they made the finals an opportunity for you to understand and be like, hey, like, I think those are like the nicest finals where you're not like punished heavily. It's just like, show me what you know. Okay, well, actually, you may not know as much, so let's correct that. Or, hey, you're on the right track to move along with your, your degree and the, following classes, so good job, But I'm glad it worked out fine. Good job, gamer! And Barney, gamer, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. So yeah, let me just recite these again just to say for memory's sake, okay? So for the 4 combinations of defects for the tetralogy of Fallot, we have ventricular septic defect, pulmonary stenosis, overriding aorta, and right, not left, but right ventricular hypertrophy. So for this kind of stuff, what happens is that this is not a thing that's going to magically fix itself. The ventricular septic defect might fix itself magically, but with all these other conditions, the child's not going to have that really good a life. Like, the quality of life is not going to really be there. So what's going to happen with this situation is that kids who have this condition or are diagnosed are most likely going to end up getting surgery when they're young. If 1 or more surgery is needed to complete this procedure, what normally happens is that the first surgery is going to be used to increase the blood flow to the lungs so they stop having this bluish or purplish appearance as we just saw earlier. Gosh, hi, welcome Galmer, welcome on in, welcome. Happy Friday's Eve. But yeah, so some signs and symptoms, as you would imagine, of someone who's having all 4 of these things are clubbing of the fingers. Cubs, have you seen club's fingers? It's actually really insane that some people think like they're normal. They're not normal. Sorry, it's not appropriate to laugh, but I remember someone said that they look like, sorry, I know this is so not like me, but it looks like genitalia, basically. It looks like you have genitalia fingers sometimes. This picture doesn't really do it justice. Sorry, but it's very interesting to see that there was a thing that had happened a while back where someone was doing like a documentary or something like that, or maybe like something for social media, and they recorded themselves, and people were like, hey, you have club fingers, you should probably get that checked, because this could be honestly a source for like many things. I would probably have to pull up a list. Normally it's because there is like a low blood level of the oxygen, but it can mean XYZ stuff. You're disappointed? No, don't be disappointed. But like, it's... Let me show you an IRL example really quick. One moment. So they look like this. They're like, they definitely don't look normal. So if your hands look like this, by the way, please go see your PCP, okay? Okay. But this is what people who have the TFO, this is what their fingers also look like. They look a little chunky. Or, well, the fingernail bed is expanded. Conrad says, I thought I was drawing the ladder logic is what I studied yesterday. It was on physically setting up the circuit. I just felt really silly when it was pointed out to me. You still only missed 2 points? Brother, that's 2 points! Let's go! So you basically got a 98 because everything else is like flawless, right? Either way, hecking congratulations on getting it done. And it sounds like maybe it was something like, please correct me if I'm wrong. Was it just something more simpler than what you thought it was? You're like, okay, I'm ready for this ladder. And it's like, please just connect this circuit. Just set it up. And it's like, oh, okay. Heck it. Anyway, clubbing of fingers cyanosis, which you will see when the baby's more upset because, you know, the baby is crying and screaming and they're like, you know, using up all their lungs and they're like, ah, wah, wah. And that's when we saw the picture earlier of them looking like blue in the fingers and toes and around the mouth, because that's where you're gonna see it mostly. They have difficult feeding and they really have a difficult time of gaining weight. They tend to pass out, as you would imagine, of not getting the oxygen in your body. They have a very poor development because they're not able to feed and they're passing out. When they're having an episode of turning blue, they try to get really low to the ground, so you might see them squatting to catch like their breath. And when you do a physical examination, like when you go to a doctor and they go check your heart rate and your heartbeat with the stethoscope, it will almost always reveal a heart murmur, so you'll hear kind of like an abnormal sound through the stethoscope. So with that, those are all the conditions. We'll talk about the heart, and now we're going to go to more pulmonary conditions. So now we're talking more about the lungs, and I think we only have 3. Yeah, I think we just have 3 conditions. So we'll go ahead and talk about one thing, and then we might have to go ahead and take a little baby break. So one moment. Sorry. Anyway, so we have RDS, which is infant respiratory distress syndrome. So this is actually going to most commonly occur in those who are premature infants. So we're talking about babies who are born before 37 weeks. So these infants, what happens is that when they're premature, they're, you know, you took the bun out of the oven too quickly and it's still like undercooked, smiley face emoji. And so with these premature babies, their lungs haven't fully developed yet. Most babies who are born with serious RDS, or this respiratory distress syndrome, eventually it's going to lead to bronchopulmonary dysplasia, which is BPD, and that's going to be something a little bit more serious, a little bit more chronic, aka long term, and this is going to impact their endurance, their activity tolerance, environment exploration, etc. But let's not focus on that. Let's focus again mainly on just the RDS in itself. So the cause of this is because they don't have these fully developed lungs, they actually lack surfactant, which is going to help the lungs inflate and keep the air, and it keeps the air sacs from collapsing. And because they don't have that, well, it kind of collapses. People are trying to still figure out why this happens, but sometimes it can just happen just because it's a genetic problem with the lung development. You know, maybe their mother or father had it, their grandma or grandpa, and then going like down and down and down the family line. Thankfully, there is treatment for this. So you could just do something very simple like surfactant replacement therapy, as well as nasal continuous positive airway pressure, and sometimes maybe a ventilator is just in place, you know? Some signs and symptoms, if you're kind of like, hey, my premature baby somehow did not get diagnosed in the hospital, but they are looking a little bit weird and they're breathing a little bit weird. Some signs and symptoms you would see is like rapid shallow breathing, so something like that. Sharp pulling in of the chest below and in between the ribs for each breath, so they're getting like a deep thing because their lung sacs have collapsed. Sorry, I'm like, ooh. You might hear grunting noises, and then they'll have like a flaring of the nostrils, so like opening up the nostrils to try to get like more air in, if that makes sense. Yeah. Alright, and then we'll talk about asthma in a little bit, but Conan says ladder logic is just a way to draw out a circuit on paper, so you had to set up memorize. You just need to do the physical wiring, which is a little bit different. Plus you did it for memory, so you got an extra 10 points. Let's go. So it's a solid 58 out of 50. Huh? In a grading perspective, I'm like, but listen, we'll take the points where we can get them. Good hecking job, gamer. I cannot wait to see you become a circuit master, which you already are, but a circuit master that's going to be your title when you graduate in 2 years. I'm so excited. I'll be like, let's go. Good job, gamer, though. Good job, good job, good job. Yay. Oh, we still have 5 more minutes before the ad break. Okay, we could squeeze in asthma a little bit. So, asthma is a very common thing. I feel like you would hear people have. Either you have it, hopefully not, but if you do have it, then it's common, don't worry. Or maybe someone around you may have it. And asthma is just a chronic lung disease that inflames and narrows the airways. And so people can get asthma attacks, and usually this can occur due to maybe like a virus, maybe some allergens. I know some people complain about seasonal stuff, or like the pollen in the trees, or they're allergic to a dog or cat, you know, pet hair or dander. And high intensity exercises can trigger like an asthma attack. And some signs and symptoms, as you would imagine, is coughing, wheezing, chest tightness, and shortness of breath. For coughing, it's actually worse early in the morning or late at night, and it makes it very hard to sleep. Wheezing, so the whistling or squeaky sound that occurs when you breathe. Chest tightness, it feels like something is squeezing or sitting on your chest. Not necessarily related, but oh, hi Tommy, hi, welcome gamer. When I worked in the pharmacy for a little bit, the doctors used to prescribe patients nitroglycerin, and this was like in case they felt like they had like a heaviness in their chest. This was to prevent like I believe the heart attack. So what happens is that my pharmacist was very funny when she said this. She's like, take this medication when you feel like there's an elephant sitting on your chest. That's how bad like this chest tightness sensation is. So if you feel like something or someone is sitting on your chest, and it has to be super duper heavy. In her case, it was like an elephant. This would be like a similar situation here, a similar symptom you would feel if you had asthma. And then the last symptom is going to be shortness of breath. So, you know, out of breath, or it feels like you came to get the air out of your lungs, you know? We'll move on to cystic fibrosis, but we'll actually move along, how do you say it? Once we come back from our little baby break. But I did some of the ladder logic drawings in the Discord. They're in the general timer chat. Oh, brother, hold on. I'm hopping in. You're gonna petition that we start a general study chat or thread? I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I guess it might be... Did you want like a general thread, or did you want like a forum, or did you want like a thread? Just out of curiosity. Cause I guess I could do both. I could do a forum, and then it could be organized to whatever people are studying, because it's a very like general thing. And I could keep it to general. I could maybe split the thread into like a general chat, share your work, and then people could just make stuff. Would you find that to be better, or did you want just like general? You tell me, because I feel like study cubbies didn't get like the short end of the stick, but the timer was initially for how do you say it, Spanish Club, and Spanish Club has like a whole forum set up for that. Only general cubs can only like chit chat a little bit in like the voice channel. But I see it! Brother, this is bringing me back to, and I know this sounds miserable, this is bringing me back to physics. Circuits actually was like my favorite thing that I like learned from physics, and that was the only thing I was good at. Everything else physics related, I was like, this sucks, but I hate this. But this looks really good, gamer. Look at your parallels and everything like that. What an absolute gamer. And you drove it like 3 different times? Hello? Alright, I got you, gamer. Let's do this. How about this? And study hobbies general. Study hobbies. There you go. I have a thing for you, but I haven't set it up, so maybe I should wait on it. Maybe I should put study general, and I'm deleting the channel. I'll get to it. It's gonna be, hold on, it's gonna be written in my calendar. I got it. What do I, wait, why did I write shop? Gosh darn, I should stop writing things. Study gen. Yep, that's gonna be on my list. I saw, wait, why do I have this? I have increased bunny suit cost. You guys are so funny. You're making me write stupid things. Anyway, Cubs, a 3-minute ad break is gonna play. It's been about an hour's stream, so yay, we're gonna use this time to take a little baby break, and we're gonna go ahead and use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat something super duper yummy if we have to. So I will politely BRB, and I'll see you Cubs in a little bit. Let's be nice and refreshed for our second portion of this study guide that we're going through. We're on page 5 out of 38, so let's go ahead and do it. The bunny stock's depleted? Brother, you know it. Wait, but you can still redeem it, right? Don't actually redeem it. I'm not changing out of this prom outfit, but it's still there, right? I didn't like lock it out from anything. Let's see, right? Yeah, no, it's not locked out. You guys are good. You're fine. It's whatever. Anyway, VRB! I'll be right back! Yow! Erika, thank you so much for your patience. I am back, and I'm back with more tea! I'm making this my whole personality now. Anyway, we were just talking about we were talking about pediatric cardiology, oh my gosh, technically it's both cardiopulm conditions. So we talked about the cardiology side, and now we're talking about the pulmonary side. We talked about in cardiology, as a quick recap, we talked about cyanotic and acyanotic conditions. Acyanotic being like the tetralogy of Follett, and also the less hyperplasticity, right, of the left ventricle. Hypoplastic left heart syndrome. Teehee, I'm trying to be smart. Then we had the atrial ventricle septal defect, and then we had the ductus arteriosus. We had just also talked about, how do you say it, the atrioseptic whoops. We talked about RDS, we talked about asthma, and now we're gonna go ahead and talk about some cystic fibrosis. But some guy, Gamer, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Oh my goodness. I was just telling SG, who's my mod, I'm like, I've been running into like a lot of some guys lately. I'm like, oh goodness, there's so many SG abbreviated names out there in the world, SG. He happens to be 1029 and you're 1729. Oh wait, what? Someone tagged SG 1029. Someone get him here. We got the earlier model. Anyway, but yeah, when I played Overwatch yesterday, when I couldn't play Marvel Rivals because I was just like, I don't want to do anything, but maybe I want to do this. Teehee. I ran into playing with a person also named as some guy, so I was like, oh my goodness. That's not to like name and shame, by the way. This is all just like, oh wow, really cool username moment, okay? Anyway, so we are many, brother. I thought you were just some. Alright, stream ending. Goodbye. Okay. Thank you, gamer. Okay. Cystic fibrosis, but welcome in, gamer. I have an exam tonight, so I'm just reading out my notes and I'm forcing people who click here to watch, so welcome. So common pediatric conditions is cystic fibrosis. So this one is actually sad. So cystic fibrosis is actually an autosomal recessive disease. So this is something that is definitely confirmed to be, sorry, let me also, this is something genetic. So what happens is that both parents must be the carrier. And so even if they are both the carrier, there's only a 25% chance of this child having cystic fibrosis, and unfortunately, it just kind of happens. No gender gets picked. Like, you know, sometimes we're like, oh, it affects more males or affects more females. There tends to be a pretty equal distribution when it comes to CF. What's gonna happen though with people who have this cystic fibrosis is that their glands that excrete stuff, it usually causes, like, it's a much like thicker viscosity. So when I talk about viscosity, think about like the properties of honey basically and how that like drips. So think of it as like their sweat, which, you know, is pretty much like water. It's not like this really thick honey like substance that's just going down, you know what I mean? And obviously that's not normal. So cystic fibrosis can affect cells that are going to produce mucus, so, you know, in our nose, sweat, which can come out of anywhere at this point, and our digestive juices. And what happens is that because these fluids are very viscous, what happens is that they plug up the tubes, the ducts, and the passageway. And so, as you would imagine, because of how many things that they are influenced, this is going to affect the pulmonary system, so your lungs, your hepatic system, your kidneys, the hormones, etc., and the male reproductive system, as you would imagine. The pathophysiology of what happens is not like, oh, genetic disease, what happens? It's just what happens with this recessive gene is that it causes a inherited absent or failed chloride ion channel, and so because of this, there's a cause of an increased sodium, and then this affects the glands, and then you end up with these symptoms that we just talked about. Unfortunately, those who are diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, it is about a 20 to 30 year lifespan. Sometimes people can get very lucky and they live up to 40 to 50 if they have this condition, but as you imagine, it's kind of difficult. Hi, Seth. Hi, welcome. Go, go. Hang in there, Galmer. Brother, I'm good. Thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. I can't wait to get done with this and then we'll be at that halfway point, so I'm very happy. Anyways, the signs and symptoms of people who have cystic fibrosis is that they're gonna have salty tasting skin. I'm sure all of us at one point have licked our skin and we're like, human flesh salty. Theirs happens to be even saltier. They have a persistent cough with phlegm, so they have a productive cough sometimes. They have frequent lung infections. They have a lot of wheezing, like so you're, you know, stuff like that. Shortness of breath. Whoops. They have a poor growth. Weight gain, and despite of a good appetite. I think it's loss. I don't think it's gain. But I might be wrong. It could be weight gain, even though they're eating good. They're not eating anything like excessive. They're just gaining all this weight, but that might make sense with the fluids. And this is gonna sound really gross, but they have frequent greasy, bulky stools. So it's like a spectrum. It's either they have these greasy, bulky stools. I'm not looking at pictures of that, or they have difficulty with bowel movement, so they're not able to like poop as frequently as they should be. No tasting of skin? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. But thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, gamer. Thank you. And hi, Tazo. Hi, gamer. Welcome. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out, gamer. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Uh-oh, Cubs. Give me 1 second. I lost the power of emotions again, and I'm actually really curious if I could fix it really quick. Let me just... one moment. This is so funny. So this happened a little bit yesterday too, where I tried to smile. And for whatever reason, my expression stopped working. Not that there's much to smile about today, but no, I'm just kidding. There's a lot of reasons to smile today. But let me go ahead and see if I can reset it really quick. It looks like I did get it fixed, but I also just picked the wrong outfit too. I'm trying to change back as fast as I can. Alright. Where am I? Oh. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I should... Yeah, at least you could blink. Oh gosh, remember when I couldn't blink? That was... Now I could be angry. But yeah, that was something for sure. Anyway, back to having emotions. How fun and exciting is that? I still feel like I'm a little small. Hold on. Anyway. Sure. And anyway. So what are some of the complications of those who have cystic fibrosis? So there's actually 5 main ones. So there's bronchitis, which is a permanent enlargement of parts of the airways in the lungs, leading to recurrent infections and airway obstruction, so not fun at all. Chronic infections in itself, so they have persistent infections that are going to last for extended periods, and this is really just often due to the inability of the immune system to completely clear the pathogen. We have this thing called nasal polyps. I didn't really quite get the pronunciation of this, but what happens is that the nose... Actually, I'm curious. Let's look it up. The nose is swollen. I'll read it off here. Nose is swollen, non-cancerous growths in the lining of the nasal passage and sinuses, and this is often caused by how do you say it? The chronic infections. Ew. Oh, I shouldn't have looked it up. It's not gross, but it tickles my brain in a little bit of a weird way. Think of just physical teardrops basically in your nose. Anyway, they cough up blood, and because of cystic fibrosis, there's a thinning of the airways in the lungs. And typically teenagers and adults with cystic fibrosis may end up coughing the blood because of how thin they've been getting over time and age. And they also have, last but not least, pneumothorax, which is going to be that the air collects in the space that's going to separate the lungs from the chest wall. And this is going to be more common in people that oh my gosh, I should just read it. Also more common in older people with cystic fibrosis. So now we're talking about our 20-year-olds, or again, some people get to live up to 40 or 50. So around 40 or 50, they may be having these like conditions, and we're kind of like, oh, okay. So yeah, it's not a fun condition by whatever means. Oh, there's 2 more. Oh boy. So for cystic fibrosis, we might have a collapsed lung because of these repeated lung infections. Because more infections are going to damage the lung, which may cause it to collapse. And when it collapses, as you would imagine, that lung is not working. And so what happens is that this is going to be the condition in which a lung deflates or collapses, often due to trauma, pneumothorax that we talked about earlier, or lung disease. And respiratory failure, as you would imagine, is that we're not getting the proper respiration in our system. It is when the respiratory system fails to maintain adequate oxygenation of the blood or remove carbon dioxide, and this normally requires medical intervention. So let's talk about some fetal development of the heart. We're going to talk about blood flow, the foraminal valley that we mentioned earlier when we were talking about the ASD, the atrial septic defect. And we're going to talk about PDA, which is that patent arterial ductus. That was the first condition we talked about when we were talking about acyanotic conditions. And then from there, I think we should be done. We're going to be talking about physical fitness. So that would be fun and exciting, because I know some of you cubs have done things like, what is it? Like the fitness gram or whatever. And I'm not going to lie to you cubs, and I'll repeat this again. I don't remember doing any of that as a kid. I don't know if I got lucky or like, I don't know, but we'll get to it. Let me actually take a quick sip of my tea. One moment. Mad bonus. No. So during fetal development, what's going to happen is that the heart functions to circulate blood and deliver oxygen and nutrients to the developing body. While we're doing fetal development again, the circulatory system in the fetus is designed differently from post-birth. So this is going to rely on a lot of these shunts that's going to allow it to bypass the lungs, because the fetus actually gets its oxygen from the placenta, the surrounding aspect, that from the mom's womb, rather than like lungs, because obviously they're kind of like in a, how would you say it, like water, basically. Here, hold on, cubs, I'm losing my voice. I'm gonna lose it. Let me cough up my lung. One moment. But yeah, babies, if when you're in the womb, you're not breathing through your lungs, you're getting your oxygen through, the placenta. But your heart is still going to function the same, getting that blood and getting the oxygen the same way. So when we talk about blood flow, this portion for the following portions might be a little bit repetitive, because I think I grabbed a bunch of information. I was just like, into the table it goes. So I apologize if there's multiple of the same things. Anyway, so for blood flow, again, in the fetus, the blood flow is directed through 2 main shunts. So we have the foraminal valley, and we have the patent ductus arteriosus, which is going to allow blood to bypass the non-functional lungs because our lungs are not working. Oxygenated blood from the placenta flows into the fetal circulatory system, entering the right atrium of the heart. From there, a portion of the blood moves through the foraminal valley into the left atrium and circulates to the brain and body. So these are our 2 main players, the foraminal valley and the patent ductus arteriosus. This is when, again, that blood... No, we'll talk about this in a little bit detail, but this is when this artery doesn't close anymore, because once you're born, you don't really need this shunt. This was, by the way, the foraminal valley is the little shunt or hole that we were talking about for the atrial septic defect. So when you have that hole on the 2 top chambers, your atriums. And then the patent ductus we talked about was the artery itself, but we're going to talk about it again in the next table. So the pattern for abdominal valley we could see right here, and what happens is that this is a small opening of the heart, and it's gonna allow blood to bypass the lungs. And what happens is that once you're born, there should be enough pressure that it's gonna just close at birth. The purpose of the foraminal valley is to provide an atrial shortcut that's going to divert blood from the pulmonary circuit. So we can kind of see the flowing here. And it's only present in the fetus. Again, this is all for the purpose of bypassing the lungs, which are non-functional. The opening should close with birth, and that leads to the normal circulatory function through the lungs. I think this is where it's getting so repetitive. Foramen orale should close on its own due to birth, due to pressure changes, and the baby's taking their first breath. If it does not, you have a PFO. Or also in this case, the atrial septic defect. So now let's move on to PDA, the patent ductus arteriosus. So again, this is a blood vessel that's going to connect the pulmonary artery to the aorta, allowing blood to bypass the lungs during fetal development. This is essential because the lungs are not yet used to oxygen exchange. After birth, the ductus arteriosus typically closes within the first few days of life. As the newborn begins to breathe and the circulatory system adapts to its lung functions, if the PDA remains open, it can lead to complications such as heart murmurs or abnormal blood flow. I'm the gamer. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, welcome. Apologies to catch me reading my notes, but I appreciate it. Welcome to the Cup Club. So, as you would imagine, hole in heart, bad. Thing does not close after birth, bad. So what happens is that the ductus arteriosus, again, it's going to allow for that blood circulation in utero, and it should close within the first 72 hours of life. We'll keep going, because again, this gets very repetitive. It's the same thing. But we could see it right here. When it said it was affecting the aorta, we see the aorta here. This is normal. Here's this little section doesn't close, and that's why we get those wacky things like heart murmurs, etc., etc. Alright, let's continue on, okay? Physical fitness! Yay! So I know it's like, boo, physical fitness, boo you, it's fine. So physical fitness is a very fun topic, because of some of the various kid conditions that we had talked about, and that's some of the things that we're going to review now. Like, hey, how do you do physical fitness for someone who may have autism, or Duchenne's muscular dystrophy, or cerebral palsy, or etc. We'll find out in a little bit. Here's like a general overview of physical fitness. There's 4 components that have been identified, and this is not just for kids by itself, by the way. This is just the 4 main components. When we talk about physical fitness, we're talking about the cardiorespiratory endurance. So if you go upstairs, are you like out of breath? You're like, oh gosh, those 12 steps really, took out of me, assessing your health from there. That's not the standard test, mind you, but that's just like a common example. I feel like it's like, do you have the endurance for that kind of stuff? Your muscular strength and endurance, like how much are you able to lift and carry? Your flexibility, brother, I'm not here yet, but for the longest time I have not been able to touch my toes. I'm still not able to touch my toes, but I'm getting better. I am not to segue, but I've been 6 months of consistently going to the gym, and though I haven't really been doing any yoga or stretching, I've been doing a lot more motion than I had been doing for quite some time, and I feel like a little bit much better about touching my toes, because before when I used to like bend and it's like, okay, reach for your toes, I would like get like right underneath my knees. I kid you not, like right below my knees is as far as I can go when bending. It's a little embarrassing, to be honest. I was just like, oh, that gamer lifestyle. But now I'm like mid-calf, so I'm like, oh, progress, yay. I don't think any miracles are gonna happen at the end of the year, but you never know, gamers. Huh? What's with that, huh? I'm having an honest moment here. Don't judge me. Was Booba in the way? No, I think you're thinking about like if your elbows could touch. That's a funny thing. Anyway, That's not a real thing. Anyway, so we have flexibility and we have body composition as well. So this is again, you could think about like BMI, or I don't know if you guys have seen like the little pinchers that they do, so they can assess like your actual like body fat and they take measurements. I think that's actually really like interesting to be like, yeah, I'll pinch your love handles. What? You can somehow reach the ground somehow without exercise? Maybe you were always flexible. I wasn't. Brother, I would like at the early ripe age of I don't know, 7, 6? I don't know, I was a baby. I had access to computers, so I don't know. And definitely by like middle school, I was definitely on the computer a lot. So let's just say that. So I've been sitting a lot of my time. So woohoo, woohoo. Anyway, so because we're focused on pediatrics, we're going to talk about the youth physical activity guidelines defined. Nice says better now, yeah. Now that I'm like, oh wait, I'm a conscious forever 17-year-old adult. I need to take care of myself. Not that I haven't been taking care of myself. I promise I'm not like, I don't know how to explain it. I've improved. Let's just say that. Anyway, so children and adolescents should do at least 60 minutes or 1 hour or more of moderate to vigorous physical activity daily. I know we've talked about different standard for adults and what they should be doing. I know a lot of people do agree we should be getting, oh, what is it? What is the heart association thing? Oh, it's gonna kill me. I think it's like 30 minutes 5 days a week we should be getting of like some kind of like exercise, or like if you go out for a walk or something. Let me double check. I'm so nosy. American Heart Association exercise recommendations. Excuse me. So you need to get about 150 minutes of moderate intensity workout a week, or 75 minutes of rigorous aerobic activity. So I think if we did the math, if you did 30 minutes 5 days a week, you would get the minimum requirements for your heart health, basically. So yay! For kids, however, you know, they're out and about, they're playing, it kind of just comes more naturally, I suppose. Kids should be getting at least 60 minutes or 1 hour of physical activity a day. This could be, there's different kind of activities that we'd like to focus on. So we have aerobic, you know, getting that heart rate going, jumping jacks, running, etc. Most of the 60 minutes should be either moderate or vigorous intensity aerobic physical activity, and this should be at least a minimum of 3 days a week. As a part of the 60 minutes, we're also going to focus on muscle strengthening. So we're not telling these kids to start like bench pressing anything, but we're going to tell them like, oh hey gamer, let's start doing this. Lift this, throw this, do this to work on some of that muscle. And bone strengthening, I know these kids need to chug a bunch of milk if they're lactose intolerant. Brother, who knows? No, I'm just kidding. This is not what you think with the bone. I mean, yes, calcium is great, yay milk, but what had happened with this is that weight bearing is super duper important as a child, because the more that you weight bear, and I'm just talking about standing, the more that you're able to stand and weight bear, the stronger your bones get. And then this should be also incorporated within the 60 minutes for 3 times a day. There are some kids, as you would imagine, maybe like bound to a wheelchair, so obviously it might be a little bit difficult for them to get their standing in, but obviously there is assistive technology that we'll talk about a little bit later to get that, you know, stuff going for them. So now let's move on. Oh, I'm so sorry, my eyes are so itchy. Not in a bad way, I just feel like, you know, when you get like eepy. Hold on. Alex Sunny, thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. Thank you. You do 4 hours for 2 days and then 2 hours 3 times a day? Brother, you're a gamer, but like if you said, if I'm understanding what you're saying, if you're in sports, then heck yeah, you already meet the minimum. Again, these are more for again pediatric focused, but as I mentioned earlier, as long as you get your 150 minutes in, so roughly a little under 3 hours a day, then you should be good, you know, or 3 hours a week. Sorry, you should be good. Let me go ahead and sip some tea really quick. Alright, So the fitness gram. So I didn't do this. I don't remember doing this. So if this all sounds really familiar, please let me know. For my oldie cubs, and when I mean oldies, I mean my forever 17-year-old cubs, smiley face emojis. At this, used to have this whole thing of like copying and pasting the fitness gram or something, and that he had to like read the script. So if you're familiar with him, he used to do that, and there is like a script like the fitness gram is blah 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 blah, and you go down the list. But there's different kind of things that we test for this. So what's gonna happen is that we're gonna test for aerobic capacity, muscular strength and endurance, flexibility, and body composition, and that's a little wacky. I actually want to become a racing driver because YOLO, brother, YOLO. Why not? You live your dreams. And as long as you have the requirements for those, why not? And especially if you're like interested in cars and racing and your need for speed, why not? You know, not many people know what they want to do, so you having an idea is actually, you know, one step ahead among a lot of people. Hi, Sunny. Hi, welcome. Sending you my brain cells. Thank you. I'm still working overtime, unfortunately, so I'll be lurking. Oh, gamer, absolutely no worries. You won't be missing a thing other than the sound of my beautiful voice. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. But don't burn yourself out, gamer, with the overtime. Work hard, but not too hard. Yeah? Yeah. So you can free yourself, so you can enjoy your Friday's Eve. For sure, for sure, for sure. And hi, Big Ham. Hi, welcome, gamer. Welcome, welcome. You remember this fitness test? Brother, I don't remember doing this. I don't. They probably looked at me as like, your scrawny butt. Get out of here. But how do you say it? So the fitness gram with the aerobic capacity, we have like the pacer, we have the 1 mile run. Okay, I remember doing a 1 mile run, but I thought that was just us doing it for funsies. I maybe I did do this. But 1 mile run, a walk test. We had the muscular strength and endurance, so curl ups, you know, crazy curl ups, trunk lifts, a 90-degree push up. You could do modified pull ups, flex arm hangs. For flexibility, you would do like a sit and reach, so you would do like a long sit, or you would do a shoulder stretch. I think this is where you try to see if you could touch your fingers, like you put your, how do you say it? You try to reach for your fingers, but you have your hands behind your back. So like one hand's on the bottom, one hand's on the top, and you're like trying to reach in the middle to see, ooh, can you touch your fingertips? Yay! And then in addition to all of this, you have your body composition. So you have the body fat percentage using the skin folds. Like, yeah, the little pincher thing I was talking to you guys about. They also have the bioelectric impedance analyzer, the BIA. I think this is the thing that they give you like a small little like game controller, it feels like, and they're like, oh, squeeze it, and that's gonna be it. And then body mass index, which is your BMI. So the fitness gram, as you would imagine, is an annual test that's going to test for all of these. These are going to be a criterion reference standards, or these standards that are criterion reference are going to be used to evaluate physical fitness. And what does that mean? So we have criterion, and we also have norm reference standards. For criterion, in this case, this is actually going to measure a student's performance against a predetermined standard. So if you're a 5-year-old, we're going to compare you to among other 5-year-olds. Like, this is the average, basically. You can run a mile in 8 minutes comfortably, but it's just, but I guess me just sport a lot, brother. Yeah, I would agree. I think the fastest I've seen someone run a mile was like 7 minutes. When I was like in high school. Yeah, brother, I ran, but I was not a 7 or 8 minute person. I was like maybe 10 or 12. I don't remember, because I was like, do I really want to try? No. Do I want to get sweaty and then still have class after? No. So I think I walked most of them. But yeah, if you're conditioned and you're like already like in that gaming mindset, it's very easy because you built up the endurance and muscle to run that so quickly. But yeah, that's really fast, gamer. Hi, Zerilla. Hi, welcome. Me howdy. Me howdy. Tia, welcome, welcome. If Tippy tried the mile, she'd be too fast, so she took it easy. I wish. I told you guys again, if I were to like do high school all over again, not really. Actually, I would hate that. I don't want to go back. But like, if I were to choose a club that wasn't just art club and I didn't say LMAO, no more band, I think I would have tried for track. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I just think running is so cool. But you know, it's so dumb. I think running was just the easiest one because I'm like, oh, I wasn't really interested in weightlifting at the time. Now I can really appreciate like what weightlifting is. My niece, I know I sound like old. I promise I was an aunt before I was born. It's a weird, complicated situation, okay? Anyway, my niece actually started doing weightlifting. Like, she joined the club, and I was like, whoa, that's crazy, you know? You go, girl! Like, you know? That's so good, honestly. Muscle building for, like, girls is so, like, underrated. But, what was I gonna say? Yeah, it's like other sports, like football, and basketball, and volleyball, and tennis, and I'm like, oh, brother, So I'm like, oh yeah, track is probably the one with the like least amount of setup. And I say like I like the idea of track, but I actually haven't like ran since high school. And if he comes, no, it's been a while. So I'm like, oh yeah, track good. It's like, Tippa, when's the last time you ran? Maybe on a treadmill a few years ago. Maybe. But I know there's some avid people who are like, yeah, you know, I go out for my morning like run, and I'm like, oh nope, gamer, that's a morning walk for me. Or my afternoon walk, you know. But yeah, Luna says it is the like weird electricity thing. Yeah, it is so wacky. I don't feel like it's scientific, but it has to be, you know. Yeah. And this says, not me who's able to cycle for 10 miles. Oh no, your bicycle chain recently broke. No, your need for speed was too much. I hope you get that fixed. I'm so sorry, gamer. Having bike issues is so ugh. Like, I wanted to bike with Ryan the other day and we had a flat tire, so we're like, ugh, bike maintenance. Ugh. But track was really good. Oh, Big Ham track, let's go? Question mark. Luna says I get so bored, the running high doesn't do anything for me. I don't remember the last time I had a runner's high, so I feel, yeah, maybe we're in the same boat, you know? Tippy's the younger sibling? I am! Your dad was an uncle when he was 2? Brother, when I was a concept, I was still an aunt. I have, 3, technically 2. Rip. But I have 3 who are older than me. They're like a few years older than me. I think maybe 3. I think the oldest one is 3 years older than me. So, yay. FCW says I played table tennis and volleyball, and table tennis is about 4 hours. But it's some intense training. My body must hate me. Brother, go watch the ping pong anime. That's gonna be right up your alley. You're gonna love it. Trust me. Your mom does a 5-kilometer run like every day? Oh my gosh, at 5 a.m. I could never? Not me either. I could never. I know there's this guy who... He's a famous fitness influencer or whatever, and he's trying to get other people to be like, wake up at 3 a.m. and do this like really long run. And it's like, huh? And I was gonna watch a guy who's like, yeah, I follow this guy's plan, but then I just got bored. I'm sorry, I already figured out how to do my own little fitness routine, and that's going to the gym 3 times. Anything other than that's just extra, so teehee. Anyway. So, as you would imagine, that's cool. We all probably did the fitness gram one way or another. But what about the people who can't do the fitness gram? So, this is going to be basically the fitness gram equivalent, but the Brockport physical fitness test is for youth with disabilities. So what's going to happen is that it often offers options for test administrators to oh my gosh, I can't read anymore. Hold on, I need the oxygen. I need the inhalations of air. Hold on. offers options for test administrators to individualize testing based on health-related needs and desired fitness profiles. So, standards for individuals with disabilities have been developed using this fitness test, and target populations are going to include intellectual disabilities, cerebral palsy, spinal cord, among other things as well. When we talk about other things as well, we could talk about visually impaired. We talked about that, spinal cord injuries, amputation, and other disabilities. This is also a criterion reference fitness test, so this is also going to be like, hey, you're a 5-year-old with cerebral palsy? Alright, well, here's other 5-year-olds who did this test who had cerebral palsy, and here's their results, and we're going to compare yours and see how you did, basically. But this still aligns with standards with the fitness gram when it comes to compatibility, so we're still testing for the aerobic, the muscular, the flexibility, and the body composition, okay? So, fitness measurements and practice, what we want to do is we want to test aerobic and endurance, functional strength and endurance, strength, and just outcome measures or these surveys that we do so we can make sure, like, to see where the patient is. So for aerobic and endurance, we do like timed run or walk tests or a wheel test that are going to have a set distance so we can maybe assess someone's like walking speed or how long they're able to walk. I know this sounds like very baby, but there's a 10-minute walk test, but you have to understand there might be some people who are unable to walk for 10 whole minutes, but that's why this is an important standard to see, oh, how far did they do this, what was their gait speed, what were their results, and how can we see how to provide intervention to improve their results, and then do this again towards the end of their session to see whether they've improved or, well, not improved. Aquatic, hi gamer, welcome on in. Hi gamer, welcome. Hope you're doing super duper well. Happy Friday's Eve, gamer. For the next one, we're gonna have functional strength and endurance, so repetitions for sit to stand, so up the chair, down the chair, sit up, sit down, sit up, sit down. We have step ups, and this can vary between heights. It could be a 2-inch, a 4-inch, a 6-inch, an 8-inch. We have sit ups, boo, boo, and push ups, boo, boom. For strength, we could check about weights. It's like, hey, can this child hold 5 pounds in both hands and hold in this position? Great. We could do reps and sets for progressive resistive exercises, or what we call pre's. We have MMTs, which is manual muscle test, which is a very subjective way of deciding how strong a child is, and a handheld diameter. This is basically like a thing that you squeeze and it tests your grip strength. So the strategies for aerobic exercise programs are as follows. We're going to follow the FIT principle. I don't know if you guys have heard about this before, but the FIT it's FIT with 2 T's, by the way. So you have frequency, intensity, time, and type. Enjoyment's not really included into the FIT principle, but we add this because, again, we're focusing on a pediatric population. Look, we could tell the child, hey, I need you to do bicep curls. Sure, whatever. But that's not going to be really enjoyable in comparison to, hey, let's, I don't know, do something else that's very similar but more kid-friendly. And we'll talk about that in a little bit with the bullet point. But for the FIT, our first one is frequency. So we're going to gradually increase the number of sessions per week from 2 to 4 or more days to make sure that they are active. We have the intensity, gradually increasing cardiorespiratory training demand each session. Consider working at about a 40 to 85% peak oxygen consumption, or target heart rate of 40% to 85% of their max heart rate. For time, gradually increase time in aerobic exercise. So sometimes you do have to build up an endurance with some individuals, so it's like, hey, let's try for 20 minutes, and then we try to go for the recommended 60 minutes as we mentioned earlier. For the type, it really just depends. We could do introducing land exercises or aquatic exercises. There's a huge demand for aquatic therapy. As you guys would imagine, if you've been in a pool, you're like, oh, the buoyancy, I'm so light, yada yada yada, I'm able to do this and that. And then the resistance, like, that's what they do for aquatic therapy. They use the water in the pool's resistance to be like, oh, okay, I can't lift 5 pounds, but I can go against my body weight and against the properties of the water. Yay! And sometimes that just works better for them, honestly. There's a variety of reasons why someone may want to choose aquatic therapy over regular land therapy. But all in all, it really depends on the child's disability, conditioning level, precautions, and preference. Because obviously not all kids want to go into the water. I'm sure if I was a kid, I'd be like, I can't swim! I don't want to go into the water! And for the enjoyment, it's going to include activities, props, games, music, movement. All of that's going to help motivate and encourage participation. So again, it has to be very fun. You can't just have kids be like, hey, let's start doing planks. And it's like, what? A kid is not going to do that. So I'm going to show you this information, but I'm going to show you in a more colorful chart. So I can be like, ooh, pretty color. But FTW said, I broke my right femur. Brother, how? About 10 years ago, and I remember relearning how to walk. It was so painful. And I remember doing that test you mentioned earlier. Oh, the 10-minute walk test. Oh, I'm so sorry, gamer, but I hope everything's good. If it helps, your right femur is now stronger. So that's really cool, and the likelihood of you breaking it again, not as much as your left, but I hope you don't break any bones. How about that? Hatsune Miku Fitness Boxing, let's go! I was so sad when they released that initially, because I'm like, is it gonna come in English? Is it gonna come to the West? Hello? Hello? And it did, but it's so expensive. I'm like, oh brother, I'm so sorry. I'll enjoy it though. I really, you know, as someone who really enjoys rhythm games, don't tell Ryan. I actually never got in, and I do enjoy Vocaloid. I never got into the Hatsune Miku projects. The oh my gosh, the name is escaping. Project Sekai is a mobile game that I never got into. Boohoo, boohoo. But the Project Diva is the one that I'm thinking about, and I think it's because it was like PlayStation exclusive. Not exclusive, but it's more like on game consoles. And I know it was recently released into how do you say it? PC, but I'm like, oh, I don't think my brain can process Xbox controller. You like the X's and circles and whatever using like an Xbox controller. You know what I mean? I'm like, ooh. I think I played Project Diva maybe like twice in my life, and they were at like an arcade. So I'm like, yay, Miku! But I'm so surprised that it never like hit me like that. I think Project Sekai, if I'm saying that right, apologies if I'm not, might be more up my alley though, and I would still really like to play it. But yeah, I'm just very surprised that I never went down that rabbit hole. Wow, wow, wow! The best part of the pool exercises is no sweat. Brother, no, you're still sweating. You're just cool, so it's whatever. Anyway, bicep curls but with Sonic the Hedgehog Olympics? Yeah, why not actually? Anyway, don't ask me how I broke your femur? Okay. So let's now focus on cerebral palsy. So what are some strength training considerations in children with cerebral palsy? Cerebral palsy, as a reminder, is, think of like a kid stroke. I know it's kind of like, what? Yeah, that's probably the best way we can sum it up. So it's going to be a neurological condition that's going to affect movement, muscle tone, and posture. And we're going to try to implement these into that FIT principle we were talking about earlier. So for frequency, we want to do 2 to 3 times a week. For the intensity, we want to do 1 to 3 sets of 8 to 12 reps. For time, we want to include this into the 60 minutes. So we're still doing this 3 times a day or 3 times a week for at least 60 minutes. And for the type of exercises, we're going to do free weights, machines, or isokinetic exercise machines, all with sufficient resistance. And how we're going to do this is with progression. We want to improve 30 to 50% of the strength within 8 to 12 weeks. This is also a little keynote. I don't know how important it is, but I added it in here. For children with cerebral palsy, it's also recommended that 194 beats per minute be used as an estimate of max heart rate for aerobic exercise when individual heart rate monitoring is not possible. So if we're unable to detect their heart rate, they don't have a heart rate monitor on them, we could be like, okay, let's take your measurements now after this and be like, this should be the max heart rate that we're going for. For precautions, we're going to go ahead and politely say, hey, don't do this if your kid has uncontrolled seizures. They need to be medicated. Please don't put them on a exercise program if they're having seizures. We do want to modify resistance and weight bearing for kids with severe osteoporosis. So some kids with cerebral palsy, we talk about this in how do you call it, the gross motor function scale that we may have mentioned once or twice before, with like levels 1 through 5. 1 being like, oh, they're pretty independent, 5 being like they're wheelchair bound. When you're in the higher levels of maybe like grade 3, 4, 5, you might need to use assistive devices and wheelchairs. This goes back to that whole like building up bone or the bone strength. These kids have been sitting. Think of like the level 5, like wheelchair bound. These kids have been sitting. It's very difficult for them to like stand and apply body weight and whatever, because their body just won't allow them to do that. So with this, they end up having like osteoporosis. Imagine being like an 8-year-old with osteoporosis, but it's true. So we need to be careful because we don't want the intensity or the resistance to be very high for that kid, but we want it to be comfortable enough that, hey, they could do these 1 to 3 sets of 8 to 12 reps of, again, bicep curls or hamstring curls or whatever kind of intervention, you know? We want to limit passive stretching for 2 to 3 weeks if the kid is going through spasticity management. Specifically, this medication, the fentanyl, is an injected drug that's given to spastic muscles. And spastic, by the way, just think of like very tight, like they're stuck in like an arm sling, but they're not physically in an arm sling. Their arm is just stuck in that motion. The muscle is spastic, so sometimes kids will do medications, and in this case it's talking about the injection. They take this injection to help reduce that spasticity, but you shouldn't do passive stretching. Please don't. You don't want to stretch in that area because it may limit the muscle that can actually be strengthened. Be cautious when using a 1 rep max for strength measures, especially with those who have osteoporosis, poor motor control, or malalignment of the bones. You don't want to strengthen something if something's malaligned, but I think that's pretty straightforward. So next we'll move on to Down syndrome, but let me catch up with chat really quick. One of those big mats that you do when you're doing trampolines fell on you while you were there while some of the girls were jumping, so you got crushed. 25 wait, what is, I'm so painfully American. What's 25 kilograms? Let's see. 55 pounds. Yikes. I'm so sorry, gamer. I hope you're feeling better. Again, 10 years down the line. Yay, you know? Oh my goodness. You can't say that we're in the UK? Why? What does it mean? Asking for a friend? Huh? Hold on, cuz. Let me go ahead and drink more tea. Let me get a little breath into. Alright, I'm good. I am refreshed. I am back in it. Alright, so for Down syndrome, let's talk about strength training considerations for children with Down syndrome. So Down syndrome, as you may or may not be familiar with, is a genetic disorder. This is what happens when there's an extra copy of chromosome 21 that's going to cause some developmental and intellectual delays. We're going to go ahead and follow the FIT principle yet again, and actually the fitness, intensity, and time are the same. But I'll repeat them just to have that in my brain now. Teehee. The frequency is 2 to 3 times a week. The intensity, 1 to 3 sets of 8 to 12. This time for strength training, again, is going to be included within the 60 minutes that you do at least three days a week. And for the type of exercises, it's very similar. We're going to do free weights, resistant bands, and exercise machines with resistance. However, here's a very important thing you need to be careful about. Down syndrome, I forget why this happens, but they have atlantoaxial instability. So what does that mean? I'm gonna show you guys a picture really quick. So this, the atlas and the axis, the atlantoaxial, they have instability here. Yeah, that's not a good place to have instability. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about your brain, your spinal cord, your respiratory center that's up here, how the brain sends signals, your breathing. Yeah. So what happens here is that there's instability and you get a little bit too much movement of one vertebra over the other, you're dead. And for whatever reason, I do forget why Down syndrome kids are more prone to this, but that's why you shouldn't have them do stuff like horseback riding. That's not good for them because it could be very unstable on their head with, I guess, like a lot of the movement. So you need to do a cervical spinal x-ray just to make sure and double check if they are, you know, they are prone for this, but not saying like, oh, every kid with Down syndrome has this. But you should be careful, get the x-ray. Cardiorespiratory restrictions. This can happen because maybe they have a congenital heart defect, which means they were born with something wrong with their heart, and you may need a cardiologist consultation just to see how their heart is, what is their heart health, what is their endurance, and what they're able to tolerate. And we need to be very careful about joint hypermobility. We want to avoid exercises with hyperextension, and we want to consult the medical team when designing a strengthening program. So what about spina? Oh, I never finished this. Sorry, Cubs. Anyways, so spina bifida is another condition, and some strength training considerations we need with children with spina bifida is understanding that spina bifida is failure of the neural tube to close within the first 30 days of preconception. We talked about spina bifida a handful of times. I'm just gonna show you a gross photo so it can stay with you. I'll show you a drawing, how about that, so you don't get too grossed out. So this is spina bifida. Your spine is literally poking out into this like bubble sac because the neural tube and the thoracolumbar, so the thoracic or the rib cage, lumbar being low back, just didn't close correctly, teehee. And so now you have a little bubble back, teehee. And as you would imagine, not fun when your spine is poking out, teehee. And then you have different types of spina bifida, but we won't really get into that. So, hey, how do we work out a kid who has their spine poking out? Easy, so easy. We still do the same thing that we do. Frequency 2 to 3 times a week. Intensity 1 to 3 sets, 8 to 12 reps, included within the 60 minutes. And we're gonna do free weights, resistance bands, and isokinetic exercise machines. And then for precautions, we want to be careful about shunt malfunction. Let's see. This is when you have the what is it? This is either that the brainstem gets jammed in a weird way, or you have excessive fluid. But I think the excessive fluid is the hydrocephalus. So teehee. Tethered cord. I'm just gonna look these up really quick. I don't know why I'm like blanking out. Oh, let's go! Back from the workouting just in time to see the airbrush nightmare baby! Let's go! I hope the outing was fun. Welcome back, Robo. Welcome, welcome. Lena says, I remember you asking me if I had it because of hydrocephalus. Yeah, because that's a big, like... Yeah! Sorry, hold on, Cubs. I know this sounds dumb. It sounds maybe even a little bit more conceited. I want to go back to my notes to figure out what this is to, what do you call it? Confirm. I don't want to keep Google searching, getting like AI review or whatever. Like, okay, you know. I was here, right? I hope the studies are going well. They are, gamer. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alright, what did I say we need to find? Shunt malformation. I'm just gonna copy and paste this. Like, I hope I didn't copy and whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever. Anyway, so you have to be careful of these 3 things. Oh, let me snooze the ad break really quick so I can get through this. Shunt malformation. This can lead to hydrocephalus, and this could be the overproduction of CSF. I hope I'm saying that right. Right? No, wait, hold on. Hold on! Hold the phone! Hold the phone! Look at the baby! Look at the horrible baby! Shunt malformation. Occurs when the shunt's tubing or valve become blocked or obstructed, causing it to function partially or not at all. What about shunt malformation with kids who have cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy? They're saying it's the same. Okay, I'll smile and nod on that then. So production of CSF or cerebral spinal fluid, and what happens is that there's an obstruction and leads to Arnold-Chiari malfunction, which we have a little tab down below. So, excuse me, we'll go over that. But signs and symptoms of those who might have a shunt malformation can be vomiting, redness along the shunt site, sunsetting eyes, so the baby looks like this. I can't do it. Headaches, they're lethargic, irritable, and they might have nystagmus, so their eyes kind of shake. Arnold-Chiari malformation or Chiari tube malformation. This is when the cerebellum and the brainstem are displaced through the hole in our skull, and so it kind of slips through. So you can see normal, not normal. It's very small. Not normal, normal. You see how this one has like a little tongue that sticks out? Yeah, not good when it's stabbing into your spinal cord. Not good at all. And tethered cord syndrome is spinal cord adheres to the site of the inclusion. It causes it to stretch, leading to pain and weakness and loss of function as the person grows. Stretching results in changes, and the stretching is going to result in scoliosis, so you got a bendy, twisty back. Your gait is going to be weird. Bowel and bladder functions, maybe you have fecal or urinary incontinence. Deep tendon reflexes might be gone. Increased tone, decreased strength for sensation, and back and lower extremity pain. Yay! That's all to say. Spina bifida, baby! So just be careful of these 3 things, pretty much. For autism, I didn't put the frequency or intensity because it doesn't say, but we're gonna have a whole section dedicated to autism. Autism can be defined as an individual who has difficulties in social interventions with verbal or non-verbal communication, or with repetitive behaviors. So the frequency, intensity, and time should all be the same, even if it's not explicitly stated. But here's some precautions with those working with children who have autism. So they have a higher incidence of seizures for some reason, so please be careful. There is sensory issues that may require activity modifications. We have a whole section dedicated to sensory processing disorder. And Cubs, don't let me forget, I actually have like a horror story that I just heard today that I was like, no way. TLDR basically though, and I'll repeat it before we get into the ad break or once we get there. This dad was like, yeah, my 20-year-old daughter is, we just, got her testing because autism and sensory processing disorder can go hand in hand sometimes. And they're like, yeah, my 20-year-old daughter, I didn't really want to believe, but I think she's autistic. We tested her for autism, but I'm pretty sure she has it. But we just thought she was a brat. Like, she didn't like putting, like, her socks on or clothes. And, she just got, like, a lot of spankings and whatever growing up. And I'm just like, you hit your kid? Well, you hit your kid in general, but I'm like, you hit your kid because they didn't want to do XYZ because they were feeling, like, overwhelmed or overstimulated and you didn't know? And this is repetitive behavior that you didn't go out to seek out to see a doctor from? What the... it's what do you call it? It's a nightmare. Anyway. No, you're so good, gamer. This is the best way to get me because I was about to go on break anyway. Hold on. I'm in this picture and I don't like it. Anyway, but yeah, it's a really interesting situation and not the greatest to like put someone in. But yeah, in addition, behavioral issues with those who have autism and ability to follow supervised PRE program, the progressive resistive exercises, because that's gonna also be really good for those who have autism. So from there, we'll move on to DMD, but we will be back with that. Yay! I will go ahead and politely BRB. We have a 3-minute ad that's gonna play. That plays on the hour of the hour, typically, kind of, not really, when we started streaming. Teehee. So we're gonna go ahead and politely stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper duper yummy. So cubs, I'll be back. We'll finish up the strength training stuff and then we'll talk about assistive devices, okay? But I will be back. Screams. Ah! And hi, Patrick. Hi. The final, the final went okay. I don't have a grade yet. Once I have the grade, I'll feel better. But that exam was like dog doo-doo. I just want you to know that. Leave with the term dog doo-doo. Goodbye. 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 I'll be back. Wow. Alright, gamers, thank you so much for your patience. I really appreciate that. Alright, so we are back. We are on page 17 out of 40, and we have about 3 more hours for our exam. I think it can be done, right? Okay, so we did 17 hours in like an hour and a half. And yeah, we can do it. I'm good at the quick math. I didn't do the quick math. It just sounded right. Even if we're a little under there, but I think this next section should go a little bit quicker anyway, because I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm gonna cherry pick and say, hey cubs, I actually don't feel like it's great talking about this, which should be like in my head, Tippa, then you should focus on it a little bit more. No. I'm gonna wing it. Go go. Huh? Stellium fish. Wait, or Stellu I'm fish? Sorry, no way. Thank you so very much for the follow, gamer. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome. Oh my goodness. But yeah, if you're just coming in, welcome. I appreciate ya. I'm going to go ahead and do a little small recap. So we talked about physical fitness in the pediatric population, and we were focusing on strength considerations for different pediatric disorders like cerebral palsy, autism, what was the other one we just talked about, cubs? Cerebral palsy, autism. Nice. Down syndrome. I forgot Down syndrome. We talked about the fitnessgram and the Brookport fitness test, and we talked about Brookport being those for disabilities, and fitnessgram may be something you're more familiar with. We talked about the FIT principle, aerobic, muscle, bone strengthening, good for kids, and then the 4 components of cardiorespiratory, muscular strength, flexibility, and body composition when we're talking about physical fitness as a whole and not just focusing on the pediatric population. This is just how we assess what is physical fitness, because I know a lot of people may have like different interpretations of like, it's the biggest muscles, or oh, it's how long I could run. It's like, oh, it's kind of like the combination, guys. Anyway, so close your eyes really quick. Okay. So the last thing we have to do is to consider DMD, the Duchenne muscular dystrophy. This again is that severe progressive inherited disease that causes progressive muscle weakness and degeneration. So this is again kind of a very sad disorder in the sense of like the lifespan of the children or people who do have this disorder are relatively short. Like again, they most likely their lifespan is within their 20s or 30s, similar to that cystic fibrosis, that pulmonary condition we were talking about earlier. This one also didn't indicate a fitness or intensity. They're still kids. We're gonna assume that they have a very similar frequency of again 2 to 3 times a week. Yep, 2 to 3 times a week, 1 to 3 sets of 8 to 12, and then again, the strength training component is going to be included in their 60 minutes of aerobic. For For DMD, we want to focus on low resistive programs and functional strengthening. Our goal is that even though their muscles are getting weaker and weaker and their ability to function is going to basically decrease, we want to decrease the disuse atrophy, the atrophy mania about like the muscle wasting. We want to especially do this for those who are still ambulatory and non-ambulatory, which is a very fancy word of saying, can they ambulate, can they walk, can they still move around? We want to prolong the signs and symptoms of DMD as much as we can, because unfortunately with this condition, these kids are going to be wheelchair bound regardless of what we do. But if we could prolong their ability to walk, then of course we're going to go ahead and do that. However, because of this severe progressive weakening that they have, we want to avoid high resistant exercises and eccentric muscle contractions. We definitely want to communicate with the medical team. I don't know what I was trying to recall. Brother, I was trying to recall something. And then we want to be aware of the potential cardiac compromise and any like thing related or any related exercise restrictions. And so that's going to be all our things. I think the main points to take away from here is DMD, no eccentric or high resistance training. Autism, we want to focus on PREs, progressive resistive exercises. For not cerebral palsy, spina bifida, we want to focus on the different signs and symptoms related to shunt malfunction, tethered core, etc. For Down syndrome, we want to focus on these precautions. Again, the atlantoaxial instability, because again, that's a really high instability, like right below the skull, like the vertebra that holds the skull is unstable. Kind of spooky. Kind of got to be careful with that. Any cardiorespiratory issues and joint, hypermobility. And then cerebral palsy, we want to make sure that we are doing sufficient resistance. Be careful about osteoporosis, and if we have this word apparently that I can't say in the UK, that we don't want to stretch there for 2 to 3 weeks. And with that, that is a nice recap of close your eyes! That is a nice recap of everything physical fitness that I can think about. So now that we're done with chapter 1, or unit 10, section 1, part 1 of our study guide, I think we have about 2, well, I guess counting this one, 3 more to go. And again, like I said, we are at page 17 out of 40, so let's go ahead and do this. So for Unit 11, or our second part of assistive technology, we're talking about assistive devices such as wheelchairs, walkers, canes, anything that's going, and not even just that, even some kids who may be nonverbal, how they're able to communicate using maybe like tablets such as iPads, and using programs and systems to help them communicate and socialize with those around them. There's multiple things I could talk about assistive technology, however, I'm not that confident. So I'm gonna skim and cherry pick some of the things that I feel okay reading, or I just want to read just to say, hey, I read it. We're gonna go through the rest of the study guide, and if I have extra time, I would really like to hone in on this. There are some Quizlets that I don't think I will be showing you, Cubs, not because it's secret or anything like that, but that's just something I'm gonna go ahead and cram. I'm probably gonna wrap up stream and then cram those when I can, okay? But yeah, really the thing is with assistive devices, when we're talking more in the realm of like moving around rather than like can they speak or not to us, we want to ensure that all these assistive devices that we give our kids are going to ensure a good stable trunk control, so they're not like leaning or slouching or seat posing or whatever, that the alignment and positioning is good, and we'll talk about why that's so important, because even a little thing off, like, so you're saying that your wheelchair, the legs are a little bit high, so you're like your knees are a little bit higher than your pelvis? You're okay. But then imagine there's an increased like pressure onto your butt bone, ratio tuberosities, and then because you have this increased pressure and they're pretty much wheelchair bound and they're not able to stand up, you're gonna end up creating a higher risk for like pressure sores. And Cubs, you do not want to look up pressure sores on Google. I will not even humor you with a let's try to find a drawing. Like, no, they are very gross. There's different grades, and when I say they're gross, with the different grades, the most severe one is that the bone is exposed. It is so gross. Literally, I was getting like, how do you say it? We had a class a few semesters ago that was about like wound care, and the pressure sores was one of them. And I was basically being shown gore in class. I'm like, did I consent to this? Like, what's happening? Anyway. But in addition to all that, they need to have the ability to turn their head, to move their body, and to use it. Adaptive seating, we're going to focus on the pelvis. There's a whole slide dedicated to it, so let's go ahead and read off some slides. A lot of this is just going to be slide reading. Technically, all of it was slide reading, but you know, I took the opportunity to rewrite and make it colorful so you guys can be like, wow, so cool. This one? No, so I do apologize. So let's see, what is the overview of seating goals for wheeled mobility? So again, our wheelchairs right here. Really what's going to happen is we need to assess the effects of abnormal tone or reflexes, and we want to provide corrective forces or accommodations to fix deformities. With a wheeled mobility, we want to maximize independence with mobility. We want to improve functional and ADL skills, so activities of daily living skills, so they're able to, you know, still shower and bathe and clothe and dress and brush their teeth. Accommodate sensation problems, so maybe, hey, their legs are not working. Not only can they not move them, they can't even feel them, so how can we make sure that they're able to still accommodate and move themselves up so they don't get things like pressure sores that we were talking about earlier if they don't feel that nothing's wrong. We want to improve comfort and seating tolerance, because they're going to be sitting there for quite a while, so it's very important to make sure that at least it's a little bit comfy. And then have improved self-image and self-esteem. I don't think kids are that judgy at a young age of whether a classmate or not is in a wheelchair, but it's the idea of like, hey, the wheelchair is just to make them more functional and more, how do you call it, sociable to their peers. this is going to help improve their self-image and self-esteem, because now, even though, yes, they do have this wheelchair, which come in an array of pretty colors and designs now, so it's cute now, that they're able to still, you know, grow as a person socially, even with physical limitations. So identification of individual wheelchair mobility needs is, well, to provide mobility, a platform for performing activities, improve their posture, alignment, stable base so they're not like slouching over, they have something to lean back to, so they're like, oh, okay. Increase sitting tolerance, enhances vision, because some kids, especially the cerebral palsy kids with grade 5, their heads are like this. They can't bring their head up because of the tone that they have. They just don't even have the strength to do it, so they keep their head synced like this. And what happens is that some of the wheelchairs have like a little head strap that you can put. Oops. That's not normal. Anyway, you can have like a little wheelchair strap across the forehead, and that's gonna keep their head up, because imagine your vision and all you see throughout your day is like your lap. Like, how miserable is that? That doesn't even give you the ability to socialize with others. We want to optimize hand and arm function, provide pressure relief, accommodate or minimize deformities, relieve pain, allow for growth and weight gain, because, you know, kids are not going to be little 5-year-old kids forever, you know? Let's see. Allow for growth or weight gain, meet care provider needs and abilities, and carry personal items, like their book bags and whatnot. So the pelvis is the key, and I know that's like really crazy to think about. It's like, what? Yeah, so your pelvis or your hips are the key for getting like the proper alignment when we're talking about wheeled mobility. So we want a neutral alignment, so the head is going to be balanced over the spine, not anything further, not anything back, because that's a little bit weird, and that the spine is going to be balanced over the pelvis. The head is in a neutral position with the eyes, with the gaze forward, again, because we don't want to be looking down on our lap. We want to make sure that our head is still accommodated, so again, we're allowed that social stuff. Sorry, I make like a heavy emphasis because I'm like, kids should be social, you know what I mean? Let them grow as people, please, please. The shoulders should, slightly be posterior or to the back of the pelvis. They shouldn't be forward. Forward means that you have like a rounded posture, and with that you might have forward neck posture, and it's gamer posture. So bring your shoulders slightly back behind the pelvis. It doesn't have to be exaggerated. If you feel like, oh, I'm holding my arms back, oh. No, that's not the case whatsoever. It should just be like a very slight motion. Like if I were to measure, I'm like, yep. We have to accommodate for natural spine curves. I know we talk about, oh, scoliosis and all this. Well, scoliosis is bad. That is an abnormal spine curve, you know? But this is for like the kyphosis and the lordosis that we have, the natural curvatures of our spine. We want to accommodate for that. And a neutral pelvis. So if you put your hands on your hips, with your, like, where your index and middle fingers lay, even when you're sitting right now, you can kind of feel a bony protrusion. I wish I could show you, Cubs. I wish this is why I had like full body tracking sometimes, so I could be like, all right, Cubs, I'm standing up. Okay, you see this? Right here. Right here is what you should be feeling. Oh, hold on. Maybe I'm wrong. No, yeah, that. You should be feeling your ASI, the anterior iliac spine. And what happens is that little protrusion that you have one in the front and one in the back, and you should have it at a neutral level. So these bony prominences, if I drew a line, they should be pretty straight. There should be equal weight bearing through the ischial tuberosity, so our butt bones right down here, hopefully not getting stabbed. And then weight bearing on the upper legs. Hip bones banned on twitch.tv. Sorry, my bad, Cub. Sorry, I couldn't even show you if I could. My bad. You're too late on the check. You're still good, gamer. Thank you so much for the posture check, though. I appreciate it. I promise you, when I was doing the rounded shoulder, I was like, oh yeah, Cubs, you need a posture check. But posterior pelvic tilt. So this is the C shape. Oops. This is the C shape posture that I was telling you, Cubs, about a little bit earlier. See? That sounds stupid, I'm sorry. But this is not comfortable. But this is how most people may be sitting. This might actually how you be. This may be how you're sitting now, so fix your posture! Ah! Yeah. Old man on a motorcycle. I'm so sorry. Gamer, are you okay? My mama Bearcat used to ride motorcycles, and I used to ride with her. Like, with her, I did not drive a motorcycle. And I've heard horror stories. Brother, did the bike fall on you? Did you slide? Are you okay? Anyway, hold on, let me sip something really quick. You got hit by a car? Oh, that would do it. that would do it. I've seen people's pelvis get crushed, and I've seen the X-ray. It's not pretty. I'm so sorry, gamer. I'm glad that it seems that you're okay, smiley face emoji. I'm just says, the heck Twitch gonna do with skeleton VTubers? Brother. Yeah, I mean, I think skeleton VTubers are safe, but I think when you're like showing your hip dips, like, oh. Anyway. So posterior pelvic tilt. So you know how I told you to put your hands on your hips and you feel a bony prominence? Well, on the opposite side where your thumb should be, if you feel a little bit more in, you could feel for the PSIS. And what happens is that the ASIS, the front, so your index fingers are typically higher than the PSIS, and maybe you could feel that a little bit while you're sitting now. So what happens is that you're having this thing called this posterior pelvic tilt. With this as well, with the pelvis, your body pretty much just kind of follows. So what's going to happen is that you have a flexed lumbar spine. So see? Alright, I don't think this is good, because this doesn't look flexed, but basically you're hunched over. You're hunched over on the thoracic or the rib area as well, so you have that thoracic kyphosis. Your shoulders are protracted. So retracted is like, okay, squeeze your shoulder blades, Cubs. Protracted is the opposite, so they're forward, and you see the shoulders are in front of the pelvis. Increased cervical extension, so I told you, Cubs, about the forward head posture. This is the C-type posture, and this happens because there tends to be like a lack of a contorted seat. So this guy is probably like slipping off here. He doesn't have much bodily control. He's just sitting here, and this is like his 1 point or 2 points of contact. This one being his major one, and he's just like, yep, sliding off. But this is what's comfortable to him because the chair is probably sliding him off. You sat in wheelchairs, right, Cubs? Very generic ones are not that comfy, and you can easily slide depending on what you're wearing. But yeah, the hip flexion range of motion limitations is not addressed into the seating system. But yeah, yay. Posterior pelvic tilt. It's really the most common pelvic tendency that we have as human beings. So even if this guy's in a wheelchair and we're not, we tend to be in that position, which is not that great. So what could cause posterior pelvic tendencies or sliding off the chair? So we need to consider several things with the wheelchair. Maybe the seat depth is a little bit too long. Maybe the back support's a little too short. The sling back upholstery, maybe the material. The elevated leg rest, so up here might be a little high, so the knees are up. The lower extremities are not that supported at all, so that's why you kind of slide, because you're like, oh, my legs are somewhere, or I can't put my legs up and they're extended. I'm gonna slide out, no. And open up the hip angle to sit in, well, less of a hip flexion. So yeah, this guy's hips are flexed, but they're more extended because of how he's leaning back. So all these considerations to say, please look at your person sitting in the wheelchair, please. But these are like actual structural things with the wheelchairs, and sometimes it's not the wheelchair's fault. Sometimes it could just be physical conditions. Maybe they have tight hamstrings. Maybe they're not able to touch their toes either. We're buddies. Handshake emoji. Reposition themselves by sliding. So they're like, I'm tired of sitting straight up. Let me just slide on down. They could just end up in this position. Or people who are unable to maintain 90 degrees of hip flexion. 90 degrees of hip flexion is literally like, come on, Cubs, we're going back to school now. I mean, this is all school. But math class, you know what a right angle is. Your right angle is your 90 degrees. You make like a little L with your, how do you say it? Your hand. So with that, it's the same thing with the hip. We need that 90 degree, that kind of like right angle. The or sorry, and that's gonna help us, maintain that kind of upright position rather than sliding. So I think I just wrote this in color, so we're just gonna refer to this one. Bro wishes his wheelchair had flames on both sides. Brother, if I knew I was gonna be long-term in a wheelchair, I would also be like partying and decorating. I'd be like, yeah, yeah. Anyway, so lower extremity position. So lower extremity position, whatever our feet and legs do, it's gonna influence the pelvis. So we want to help sustain the pressure or the position of the hips and knees, because I know this is a crazy idea, but our whole body's connected. All the bones are connected. It's crazy to think of like, how do you say it? Hey, a very common example. Hey, Cubs, you might be having back pain, not because of your sitting posture, but it could be. Gotta evaluate that. But hey, because of your feet. The way that you're walking, maybe you have too much supination or pronation, maybe because you don't have an arch and you don't have like the footwear to support that, and that's kind of causing a, what do you call it, a pain up the chain. So maybe your knees hurt and now it's up to your back. You know, it's very crazy to be like, oh, our body is all just like one whole hacking system. So same thing here with the lower extremity position, the hips and knees. Probably much more easier to visualize than the example I provided. It's going to influence the pelvis. So that's why correct positioning is very important, so we can help prevent deformation and distributes the pressure, so we don't have to worry about pressure sores as much. We're not like, oh, this person's picking one side or the other. For the foot plates, we did just talk about that. If they're too... So the foot plates are this. You need a visual? Foot plates, where the feet rest on the plates, ready to serve. Yum, yum, yum. So what happens is that if it's too low, it's going to increase pressure under the thigh. And with that, then you have like those pressure sores right underneath there. The ischial tuberosity, the butt bone. But if it's too high, you have increased pressure in the sacral area. So the sacral is here. So here's your hips. Ooh, my little hip crest. Ooh, I put my hand on my hips right here. But then here's your sacrum. And what happens is that if it's too high, it's going to increase that pressure right here. But if it's too low, then your thighs are kind of digging in, trying to make sure like, oh, but my feet are planted. Ah! So just things to consider. And do not overposition. Sometimes, or not sometimes, people are not perfect. As long as you get like the general idea and this works for most of their lifestyle, great. We really value balance and function and support of the individual before we're like, oh, actually they're at like 91, or sorry, they're like at 89 degrees of flexion. We need them at 90. Like, no. We don't need to be that particular. We just need something that works best for their lifestyle. So what is the best evidence for transitioning to adulthood? So I know this sounds like crazy, but like kids grow up? I know, mind blown. But so they can't stay with the same assistive device forever. A 5-year-old's wheelchair is not going to work when they're 13. Not going to work when they're 15, not going to work when they're 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, you know? It's not going to work for their lifestyle. So what happens is that we need to prepare for that transition from adolescence to adulthood and really prepare these youth that have disabilities for adult roles. And this really can determine on several factors. I know I skipped the long paragraph that I wrote here, but we'll go back and forth, I guess. Level, hi. How's the studying? Gamer, we're on 22 out of 40 and I have my exam in 2-ish hours, right? 5, 6, 7? Wait, 4, 5, 6, no. Yeah, sure. 7:30. 3 hours technically? Because 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Oh my gosh. 2 hours? No. 3. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Math. How nice. Yeah, that's one way to put it. I would never describe it like that, but I'm happy that you can find some positivity in my pain. Did you pass math? Brother, I'm in grad school. Yeah, I guess at one point I passed math. Bye, Borbo. Bye, welcome. No one said it had to be correct. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, because I'm like, oh, well, technically, well, dice. Anyway, not important. So the transition. So family readiness is a huge factor. Self-determination. Does the child feel like they're ready? Self-management of health condition, the wellness and secondary prevention, finding an adult medical home, because sometimes these adults or youth with disabilities don't have the support that they need, so maybe they need to be transferred over. We have to figure out how they're going to deal with their physical activity, the community living, how's college going to work, and the admission and enrollment. Are they able to, like, how to explain it? I don't think anyone should be limited to going to college or seeking higher education if that's what they want to do. But will the job allow them with their disability when they get to college and the enrollment? Campus accessibility. I know there's some wacky videos about people who are wheelchair bound in campus. And they're like, oh, this says that it's accessible, but it isn't. They show like real life examples of like, yeah, this ramp sucks. There's a bump here. It leads to a bump. What? This is not friendly. Oh, this button doesn't work. Oh, yada 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 yada. There might be issues with confidentiality, interactions with instructors, employers, transportation, mayors, and and families. So let me go back up here. So really, it's important to help families understand that they need to be ready to help their children towards more independence. And with the child's self-determination, it's really important to make sure that they understand what's gonna happen. Because yes, your little child is not gonna be a little child forever. They're gonna be a big child, and they're gonna be an adult, and they're going to live on in the world. And whether they end up being independent or not, really again depends on a variety of factors. But sometimes we can get ready for the transition. Sometimes youth with disabilities don't have it like a disability that like limits them. Like they're all good with their intellect. Mentally they're good, emotionally they're good, physically they just ran out of luck, you know what I mean, for XYZ reason. It's just not working as well. So what happens is that we need to make these accommodations because they can go into the real world. The only difference is, oh, they're using a wheelchair. They can still do what anyone else can do, but we need to make sure that they have the proper accommodations. So, will the child be able to move to an independent living situation or college dorm, or will the child need additional support like those medical homes you were mentioning? The discussion that goes with graduating from high school and deciding if college or not is an option, or maybe doing a vocational option may be better. The issues with confidentiality is not really expressed. I'm just going to say it because they had it, but I don't really have an example for you cubs. Whether or not the employment or supportive employment is possible, because again, they may not make these recommendations or accommodations for these people. Think of maybe like a supermarket. I don't think you see stalkers in wheelchairs, but you can see people who are in the cashier in wheelchairs, because that feels like it makes more sense. I feel like with stalking, not stalking as in being creepy, but like stalkers of people who supply the inventory and fill the gaps and whatever, they need to lift and carry, they need to do like overhead reaching, they need to get to like high places, they might need to climb a ladder, and maybe someone who's bound to a wheelchair cannot do that, or cannot do that easily. So we just need to find the supported enrollment for them, if that's even possible. Transportation is going to be a bigger issue if they're older. If they're not going to be able to drive independently, then they need some kind of support for transportation. And then also considering marriage and families are always going to be an option, because, well, sometimes that's just what people want to do, you know? And that's the path that they want to choose, and we need to go ahead and support them and see what is going to best fit in that next stage of life for them. So transition models and approaches, there's several. There's a lot of resources, thankfully, for people with disabilities. So we can have skill training for independence and success. They can have pre-vocational or vocational guidance, empowerment of youth and families, service coordination, interagency collaboration, so multiple agencies trying to help them out, access and accommodation technology, so assistive technology such as this wheelchair, as we keep hyper-focusing, but I promise there's other ATs, can help enable productivity, communication, self-care, and mobility. Educational transitions to high school and college programs, and community and hospital-based transitions. So a lot of collaboration is going to be needed. Let's see. And yeah, no, that all just repeats. I had to like quickly skim it. And now we're gonna move into our next thing. So now we're on our third unit, the second and last one of Unit 12, Autism and SPD. SPD is sensory processing disorder. So these are people who deal with hyper or hyposensitivity. And honestly, I don't know how to explain this. I find this to be the most interesting topic. I know I probably should have like shielded out a little bit more, like learn about autism and sensory processing disorders, because I feel like we all can like grab something from this. Not saying that, oh my gosh, we're all here or all this or all that, or to shame people who are already on this diagnosis. But I think it's just very interesting of how my class had presented it pretty much. Of like, we all have our own needs and XYZ, especially for the sensory processing thing. But yeah. You gotta run? Oh, Gamer, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. Best of luck on the final. Thank you, Gamer. Hopefully this one goes better than the last one. But who am I to judge? Who am I to speak? I'm just a student at Bearcat University. Nice. Anyway, but thank you. Yippee. FTW said, I have to do so much with my crutches when I broke my leg. Brother. I'm in this picture again? Let's go. I'm also in this picture. No. I actually have no idea, to be honest. I never looked into it, but I can see, like, I had joked around with one of my friends who was like, yeah, they were like, yeah, I'm probably autistic. And I said, okay. But then I had like watched, or I had read, like, how do you call it? What is the word? I'm sorry, I have to scroll forward. Possible causes and risk. And what happens, sorry, we're going to spoil this really quick. One of the potential risk factors for autism is that if there's a shorter time between births. So what happened with this, with my friend, is that they, they have like an older sister, and then, you know, the parents are so happy. They're like, ooh, first kid, yay, so happy. But then they didn't realize that they were pregnant for the second time. So I think there's like a small gap in between like the sister and I'm just like, oh, maybe you're this because of the shorter time between births. Sorry, Gamer. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, we'll try to talk about as much as we can right now. Your visceral reaction to your group ignoring you felt really close to home, so brother, I promise I'm self-aware at least. But it hurts when, you know, it hurts when you're in a group project and, you know, every voice should matter and your voice doesn't matter. I feel like that's a pretty straightforward thing. No armchair psychology or armchair doctoring here. Tipsy. Anyway. Alright. So for the next 22-ish minutes, let's see how far we could get with the autism spectrum disorder. So just a very general thing about autism is that it's characterized and it's really presented in varying degrees. Really, it presents with difficulties with social interactions or interventions, difficulty with verbal and nonverbal communication, and that someone has repetitive behaviors. We categorize autism in one of two ways. We have, what do you call it, defects in social communication, social interactions, and the other type of autism is the one that has restricted repetitive behaviors, interests, and activities. So these are people who, they have a very niche interest, this is what they like, this is what they are, this is who they are, and that is a different type of autism, while other ones are just like gone from communication. It was a sad day? Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what? Brother, but it's not my whole life. Plus, I'm going to try Marvel Rivals soon, so I'm very excited. But yeah. So what are some early warning signs? So this is really interesting. So if you have, like, maybe you have a young child in your family, could be your own child, could be a niece, a nephew, a cousin, I don't know how family trees work, but a baby. If they're under the age of 2 years, try these really fun, cool things. So here's some warning signs of early detections of autism. So by 6 months, they don't smile. There's no big smiles or warm, joyful expression. That baby is stone cold. The baby might smile, but it's not like a ah. It's just like a that is by 6 months. No big smiles or other warm, joyful expressions. By 9 months, there's no back or forth sharing of sound, smiles, or other facial expressions. So if you smile at the child like ah, they will not smile back. You could be like, oh my goodness, oh gucci gucci goo, and they're not gonna be like ah. They're not gonna respond back. So by 9 months, if they're not doing that, oh boy, we're starting to sweat a little bit. We're already kind of sweaty at the 6-month mark. At 12 months, aka a year, there's a lack of response to their name, no babbling or baby talk, no back or forth gestures such as pointing, showing, reaching, or waving. They have like no interest in like any type of interaction. And you could be like, Jane Doe, John Smith, John Smith, come on. And they're just not reacting, and they're just not talking either. By 16 months, there's no spoken words. And then by 24 months, there's no meaningful 2-word phrases that don't involve intimidations or repeating. So I don't really have an example of that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Cubs. But yeah. They just don't speak words, I guess. They don't really speak words that aren't just like imitating, not intimidating other people around them. The mom whispers, ASD kids never cry, basically. But these are like really interesting. I had never seen like the earlier warning signs being talked about like this. So let me see if I can remember. 6, 9, 12, 16, 24. 6 months, no big smiles. 12, no baby talk. 6, 9, 12, no responding to name. 16, no pointing, I don't remember. And the last one is the no meaningful 2 words. I don't know if I got it. I messed up somewhere in between. Alright, 9 months, no back and forth. 12, lack of response to name. I think I got that. 16 months is no spoken words. Okay. And 24, it's like no meaningful words. Okay. By 16, talking. Got it. So as you would imagine, there's actually various levels of autism. Level 1 requires support, so they have difficulty initiating social interactions. They have very atypical responses to social situations. Level 2 is marked deficits in verbal and non-verbal communications. They have these restrictive and repetitive behaviors, and they're very obvious to casual observers and may interfere with functioning in many contexts. And level 3 requires very substantial support. So there's severe deficits in verbal and non-verbal communication skills, causing severe impairments in functioning. And they have, again, these restrictive and repetitive behaviors interfere with functions. So what are some possible causes and risks for autism? So in the US, they identify 1 in 68 American children are on spectrum. So it's 1 out of 42 for boys and 1 in 189 for girls. There's currently a study called Study to Explore Early Development, or SEED, which is a multi-year study funded by the CDC, and is currently the largest study in the United States to help identify factors that may put children at risk for autism spectrum disorder and other developmental disorders or disabilities. So some of the risk factors are advanced parental age, so if your parent is a little bit older. Mama Bearcat was a little bit older when she had me, so I mean maybe. No. Parental antidepressant use, so when your mom was pregnant with you and she was taking antidepressants, that may also increase your risk. A shorter time between births, again that story that I mentioned before of like, hey, we just got our first kid, oh no, I'm pregnant, I didn't know, second child on the way pretty shortly, is a little wacky. Smaller premature babies are at risk. If your mama had the flu during pregnancy, apparently that can also be a risk. Excuse me. Defects in the following genes: 7, 8, 15, 18, and translocation of 3:2. So that ratio, interesting. Identical twin siblings are what? It's my first time reading this number. Identical twin siblings have a 36 to 95% chance of both developing autism. Siblings have a 2 to 18% chance that more than one child in the family will have autism. So 40% of children diagnosed with this condition called Fragile X syndrome will have a diagnosis of autism. Fragile X syndrome, by the way, is a genetic condition causing intellectual disabilities, and it affects both males and females, but usually females have milder symptoms. Unfortunately, because people are stupid, people say, hey, vaccines cause autism, so I'm not gonna vaccinate my child, and I'll risk the world getting polio again. Like what? But yeah, there is no link. There's no evidence, but I think someone had just said it out randomly. I think that's how it all started. One random research was just like, yep, this does it. And it's like, where's your proof? And it's like, there is none. And everyone's like reading the title, vaccines cause autism? No way. So there's no evidence for that. So please don't get some condition that can easily be solved or eradicated already. Being born increases your risk of autism 0 to 100%. Let's go! You basically have to like hit like the red button before you get ejected out of the womb. It's like, okay, gamer, what is your chance? How autistic are you? What percentage? No, but it's actually just crazy to think of like those odds with the twins. I'm like, don't give me those odds. What is this 36 to 92% business? What the? There's a H1 guy video on the origin, the myth. It's weird, right? I would be more than happy to check that out, or aka put it in my watch later list, but I think it's just really crazy to spread that kind of information. And I think it's still crazy that it's still talked about, like, still relatively prominently. Again, it's your kid, you get to decide what you want to do, but like, I don't know why you wouldn't want to protect your kid. Like, why is that not your priority? Because you what? Anyway, common coexisting medical or genetic disorders. So what happens is that kids with autism may also have one of the following, because again, this term coexisting. So they may have a chromosome disorder like Down syndrome. So many of the Down syndrome individuals may have autism. Fragile X, again, it's that genetic abnormality for that intellectual disorder. Epilepsy, muscular dystrophy, like the DMD, neurofibromatosis, sclerosis, tuberous sclerosis, motor coordination problems or DCD. This is something we talked about before, and global delay or cognitive delays. This is all kind of be hand in hand of like, autism, Fragile X disorder, epilepsy, autism. This and that. They're more common to have it. You personally blame 5G? Brother. That's a whole other thing. Guys, listen, my mama bearcat, whoever the frick frack she's dating right now, whether she wants to tell me or not, that guy, I'm pretty sure is the same guy who's feeding her like some weird wacky information about like the world is ending, and also that cell phone, there's radiation from the cell phone that's going to give you cancer. I scream every single day. I scream every single day someone just makes up something. Luna says there's some organizations like Autism Speaks that push for parents to fear autism, but trying to get funds to cure it? Huh? Whatever. Yeah, the whole I would rather my kid contract a lifelong debilitating disease more than be autistic thing boggles me. Yeah! I think it's crazy that these people don't look out for their kids' well-being because they're just like, yeah, and guess what, brother? Your kid still may be this. And look, listen, I feel like every time I say autism, I mean it in the very general sense. I feel like the internet has skewed it to be something else and whatever. There's no actual negative like emotions to this or whatever, or negative condensation knowledge that I have with this. And I think that's what a lot of people associate and they're scared with. And I'm like, brother, just be happy that your kid is happy and healthy. Let's work on that. The world is ending! My date told me so! Brother, what like a weird first date thing. It's like, hey, did you know the world is ending? You rant about it, but maybe on Discord, maybe. I'll try to get through this. I'm just like so mad. Anyway, associated medical disorders for those who have autism may be ADD, communication disorders, epilepsy, GI disorders, gastrointestinal disorders, intellectual disabilities, learning disabilities, motor planning disorders, obesity. We'll actually talk about obesity in a little bit. As you'd imagine, we'll talk about this more in detail, but some people who are autistic may have like, and this kind of goes hand in hand with the sensory processing stuff we'll talk about in a moment, they have a certain diet. And I think the most generic one that comes up to the top of my head of like, oh, you're the kind of person that who goes to get mac and cheese and chicken tenders, you know? And like, that's what you know, that's what you like, that hasn't failed you, and you kind of stick with that until the day you die, you know? And unfortunately, these kind of meals and not branching out to seek other food can lead to poor health decisions and may or may not lead to obesity. But that's something I think we focus in a little bit, so please look forward to it. Psychiatric disorder, sensory processing disorder, sleep disorder, and toe walking. So how do we evaluate? What are some of the diagnostic criteria and general characteristics of autism? Oh yeah, sure, my child doesn't speak, or oh yeah, my child is really into XYZ, but that doesn't mean this, does it? And it's like, oh, well, maybe. So let's look at some characteristics, you know? Impaired social, emotional, reciprocation, yeah, that word. So they're not able to reciprocate or give back that same social or emotional. Impaired communication skills, including nonverbal. Maybe they're not responding appropriately, or what is the social norm of what is appropriate. Difficult developing and maintaining relationships, because sometimes I feel like I've heard this before, and I feel like this is a much older adults, so I do apologize if maybe I feel like I'm speaking about it, but I'm speaking about it secondhand, and if this isn't correct, I apologize. But from what I have personally observed from people who openly say that they're autistic, is that they don't really get social cues. Like, you have to be very direct with them. You can't, like, how do you say it? Have something implied. You can't imply something. You have to tell them, because if not, they're not going to know. You have to tell them straight up, like, this is how you feel. And that could most likely play a part in that sentence of like having difficulty developing or maintaining relationships, because they're just not gaining that social cue. Restrictive, repetitive, and stereotype behavior, movements. I don't know what they, I don't, sorry, again, I'm speaking of this experience secondhand, but don't people talk about this, and I hope this doesn't come off rude, where people are like, oh, they're having the tisms, they're like doing like the shaking, that's like their tick. I think maybe that's what some people would say, but I feel like there was a better word that didn't sound as like insulting. The stim, yeah, stim, there you go, that's the word I'm thinking of. That I was like, oh, I'm stimming, yeah. So that's the restrictive, repetitive, stereotypical behavior. Maybe some use of objects. I know people were all the rage about like fidget spinners and everything like that, or speech. I don't think it's as comparable as to a tick. I forget what's that medical condition that people have, that they'll just randomly say things out loud because that's just their tick. I feel like it starts with a T. It's not tick. It's like, my brain is like torticollis. I'm like, it is not torticollis. But like they'll randomly say something or do something in their mouth, or like their body will move in a certain way. Tourette's? Yeah. That's exactly it. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, and hi, welcome. Yeah. I feel like it's something like that. I heard this. This is secondhand. I have not looked at this. I was more familiar with Tourette's being more of a physical, like random hacking movement. But there was this VTuber who was going around who said, hey, I have Tourette syndrome. Like that was their thing. That's something they're very open about before like debuting. And they're like, I'll just randomly say stuff and you'll just have to like deal with it. And I think I've seen like another like, and please excuse me, like a meme go around where it's like, oh yeah, this person has Tourette's, and they'll randomly just say, heck yeah. This person's not me, and they'll be like, everyone else will support them in their friend group and be like, oh yeah, heck yeah. And apparently it was just a tick that the person had, but I was not familiar that there was vocal. Double Gamer, thank you so much for hanging out with me during your break. I appreciate it. Best of luck, Elmer. You got this. Ooh, thank you. Ooh, nice. Enjoy the rest of your work shift, Gamer. Be strong. It's almost Friday. Nice. But yeah, insistent on the sameness, as you would imagine. Highly restricted interest in focus or intensity, as you would imagine. Sensory issues, so there might be hyper or hyporeactive. Unusual interest in sensory aspects of the environment. Impaired imitation skills. Developmental delays, and lack of joint attention skills. So that's just some of the general characteristics we can grab from those who have autism. So what are some goals as PT? So we want to address the developmental delays. We want to address the gait disturbances, and we'll talk about that in this paragraph. Postural control, motor planning, initiation, support communication skills, support sensory integration and modulation. Oh my gosh, modulation and imitation skills. So children with autism will often exhibit gait patterns similar to those seen in cerebral ataxia, with greater difficulty walking along a straight line. So it's kind of like that DUI test. I don't know. This has happened outside the US, I would imagine, right? But it's very like, I know this sounds actually kind of sad, scary, stupid, but it's very common in the US for people to drive under the influence. Ha 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 ha, they're stupid. And this is what we call like getting a DUI if you get caught because you're like swerving, you're doing all this wacky stuff. And to check if they're under the influence or not, you know, they'll do the breathalyzer or whatever. But sometimes you'll hear or see like clips where they'll do like a test and it's like, can you walk this straight line? And obviously if you're under the influence, you're like, oh, I could do it, yeah. And you start like walking and you can't. People who have cerebral ataxia, so like the right back of their brain that focuses on coordination, if they have some kind of impairment with that, mentally they're not in like a drunken state, but they just don't have that coordination. So children with autism tend to also have this kind of weird issue as well. They're gonna have difficulty if you tell them to walk a straight line, they just can't, and it's gonna be variable stride length and duration. It's just overall very poor coordination that we're gonna be working on. It's also important to support communication skills as well as motor and social skills because those are linked. And with motor skills, they're correlated to language development. We as PTs will assist in sensory integration and modulation. Oh my gosh. Anyway, and working alongside occupational therapists to improve self-care, socialization, and behavior. And we should continue to monitor and address issues like toe walking, because if these kids are walking on their toes, they may have a potential contraction, which is keeping them on their toes, which sounds like a good thing. We should always be on our toes, right? No, toe walking is not that great for you gamers. And as much as you want to be like, ooh, I'm like a ninja and all that stuff, like, no, think about how much body weight is going through that and how you can kind of get stuck on that. Now, I know we talked about the thing about neuroplasticity, but it's the principle that Wolf's Law, like, use it or lose it. We're going to lose that, like, other half of our foot. Not like, oh my gosh, we're going to cut the foot off, but we need to get those muscles going so we can have a normal gait, so we can make sure that they're functioning well, you know? Modulation. Oh my gosh, thank you. Theron says, always makes me think of the one where they make you say the alphabet backwards. I couldn't even do that, so I'd be in trouble. Yeah, that's just not, like, I don't know. That's just not like a skill that I picked up, you know? I was never like, yeah, Z, Y, X, whatever. Like, that's as far as I can get, even like right now, you know? Huh? Tell that to the DigiKids. Brother. FTW, please have a go, and thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for sharing your stories as well. Appreciate it. Have a good night and sweet dreams, gamer. Nina says notorious toe walkers on the internet is Northern Lion? Really? Brother, what the heck? Alright, gamers. Actually, this is a good point where we can go ahead and not end, but how do you say it? A 3-minute ad break is going to pop up, so we'll talk about treatment options and then we'll move on to the sensory disorder stuff. So with that, let's go ahead and take our 3-minute ad break. Let's use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper duper yummy. So I will go ahead and see you guys in a little bit, okay? Lots of love to you. See you in a little bit. BRB, BRB, da-dang. The ad should play in about 20 seconds, but I guess I could go ahead and speed it up. Da-dang! No! Alright, guys, thank you so much for your patience. Sorry it took a little bit longer. Baby Peas loves to drink bathroom sink water, and so I just had to watch her drink and drink. I'm like, okay, babies, any moment now. And drink. And I'm like, okay, I will look at your water fountain. like that's a tomorrow issue. No, I'm just kidding. I will look at it as soon as I can. Why are you drinking so much water? And thank you so much for the welcome back, and thank you so much for the hydrate redeem. Brother, I hope you feel a ton better. Did your good mood cease? Oh my gosh, I can't even be cute right now. Hold on. Did your good mood cease because I was gone and you missed me? Anyway, it's good that Peace is hydrated. I know, she's so hydrated. She's gonna pee so well in that litter box. You know, like scoop up a chunk and be like, oh yeah, this is the bathroom water. Anyway, let's go ahead and look at the treatment options. So when you're working with individuals with autism, it's very important for these 5 things. We want to make it visual, we want to keep it simple, we want to support communication skills, and we want to use behavior supports and sensory supports. So what does this mean? It's actually pretty straightforward, but we're going to go ahead and read this little blurb, and then we're going to move on to the next part of this, okay? No. Damn. Anyway, to make sessions more successful for kids with autism, we want to use simple one-step instructions and combine verbal cues with visual aids. We want to provide manual guidance during motor activities and reinforce positive behaviors with praise, breaks, and sensory activities. Offering behavior incentives like stickers or a small toy and using visual schedules or the first STEM method can also help motivate the child. I'm not gonna lie to you, cubs, I have no idea what the first STEM method is, so we're gonna look at that together. Oh wow, a strategy that helps motivate people to complete tasks that they may not want to do otherwise. It's based off the PREMAC principle, which encourages people to participate in a less desirable activity in exchange for something that they more enjoy. Hold on. It's actually pretty straightforward. It's what you think it is. So it's like, first, you need to study and do your work stuff, and then you can game. First, you have to brush your teeth, and then I can read you a bedtime story. So, easy, breezy, beautiful cover girl. Oh my goodness. So, sensory processing disorder, we have like a whole little foundational thing before we get into like the nitty gritty of it. So let's talk about normal versus abnormal. But first, before we even get into that, what is sensation, you know? First you do your Pomodoros, and then you could do Overwatch. Yeah! Yay! But yeah, how do you say it? So sensation, it's the neural activity triggered by a stimulation that activates the sensory receptor and results in the sensory nerve pathway to the brain. Brothers, I'm not going to read you the nitty-gritty, I'm going to read you the TLDR. So stimulus causes a signal to travel through nerves to your brain. That is a sensation. You feel soft baby peas? You're like, soft. The stimulus of soft petting baby peas travels through the nerves to your brain, and you could be like, wow, a sensation. Now, the sensation threshold is a stimulation that is needed to get the sensory system to react and send signals. So, excuse me, let me go back really quick. For sensation, for the above to happen, a threshold must be met. So we're going to go on to the threshold, and again, it's the amount of input it's going to take to activate that receptor and fire the system. So for children who have SPD or sensory processing disorder, this may fire a little bit too quickly. And then, you know, it's like taking in a lot at once. It's, this is not a good equivalent, but the first thing that popped up was, you know how they're like, when you're learning a lot, it's like drinking water out of a fire hose. It's kind of like that. It's just too much, too quickly. Or they may take a lot of those sensory inputs for that pathway in the brain. So either they feel baby peas, the softness, and they're like, oh, this is way too soft. I don't like the texture. Or some people are like, I need to keep feeling baby peas. I'm not quite getting it. Okay, I'm getting it now, you know? And so people like this who either react a little too slow or a little bit too quick tend to have problems with perceptions, you know? Nonsense, you can't get enough peace. Hi, Monte. Hi, welcome. Yeah, but some people, maybe. But we'll talk about, like, the different stuff. And then, so now we talked about sensation. We talked about the threshold. And now let's go ahead and talk about perception and processing. So what happens with processing is that perception is a multi-stage process that takes place in the brain, which includes selecting, processing, organizing, and integrating that information that's received from the senses. So basically, it's like filing away the sensation. It's like, do I like that? Do I not like it? I don't know, but it's basically, we're going to try to make sense of it all. You drink water out of a fire hose? No, thank you. So what's normal? Oh, in today's society, what is? No, I'm just kidding. So normal is smoothly interpreting and responding to sensory input. So you pet baby peas and you're like, okay, boom. It's your ability to take it in, process, organize, and plan a motor response to the sensory stimuli. Do I want to take my hand away? Is it sharp? Do I like the sensation? I don't know. That's for your brain and your own personal preferences to decide. And this could be a sensory stimuli that could be tactile, so again, touch, proprioceptive, somewhere in space, which sounds a little ominous, but I promise, maybe like what's an example? Like you're on the swing, I guess is a better one. Vestibular, do you like being spun in like those like little teacup rides, I guess? Or like in the playground, those little spinny rides? Yeah. So in normal, healthy adults, the response is automatic, efficient, and effective. But abnormal, you pet baby peas and you're like, what is this? What? Struggles to organize and respond appropriately to sensory information. So they break down the body's ability to appropriately and effectively register and process sensory information, which typically results in disruption in all motor activities, including mobility, activities of daily living, recreation, school vocation activities, leading to functional limitations or participation restrictions. So for those who are just coming on in, I was telling you a story that I heard literally today, and it I guess the best word is to say it broke my heart. So a 20-year-old who was recently diagnosed with autism, and again, one of the medical conditions can be sensory processing disorder, which we talked about now. She's not officially confirmed yet, but she had difficulty doing stuff like getting dressed, aka it's like activities of daily livings that we had to do. The dad was like, and she has extreme social anxiety, so the dad was like speaking for her. And she was like, yeah, you know, I just didn't know. I just thought she was a brat growing up. So she got like a lot of spankings or whatever because like she just didn't want to do XYZ. And I'm like shook, you know? Like, so horrifying. But yeah. You had a horrible reaction to the texture of peas, the food? Honestly, I don't blame you. I've grown because like food textures never bothered me. I'm very grateful. I mean, obviously there's some weird textures, like I've tried like octopus before and I'm like, oh, I actually can't get behind the chewy texture. But I know there's some other individuals who will not be named who have difficulty with different textures. They don't like jello. Very common ones as well. It's like you don't like the texture of sand on sand on the feet or grass, like walking barefoot. Some people don't like sauces. They don't like XYZ. It's very interesting of like what can affect someone, you know? So now that we talked about what is sensation, what is the threshold, and what is perception, what is normal and abnormal, really it's broken down to whether someone is normal, which I know is crazy, or hypersensitive or hyposensitive. So hypersensitivity, I feel like sometimes I have this because holy heck. But this again doesn't have to relate to like whether you have autism or not, by the way, just putting that out there. They're just in the same chapter. Everyone has their own sensory needs, and you could just have a sensory processing disorder, smiley face emoji. So for examples of hypersensitivity, or also known as sensory defensiveness, there's different kind of categories. So for tactile or touch, you don't like to be touched. You hate hugs. Someone kind of reach out, they do like a handshake, you're like, this is so... They don't use their hands to explore various textures, and it may lead to social issues and lack of motor development skills because they just don't like touching and grabbing and reaching and whatever. This is a new one for me. I've never heard of this. Gravitational insecurity. They do not like their feet not touching the ground. Their feet have to be on the ground at all times. They have a fear of movement, does not like being at the upright position. It creates a fight or flight feeling, and it can affect them at the PE, the playground, or sports involvement. So like if they went on the swings at the playground, they hate that. They don't feel secure. It literally, again, as mentioned, it sends off their fight or flight. They need to have their feet planted. They're gonna have the best ergonomic like posture when it comes to like sitting in an office chair, because they don't want their feet off the ground. Right now, I have my feet crossed. I could not care if my feet are off the ground. But I should fix my posture. Roller coasters, obviously your feet are off the ground for that one. Or like the ones that you can like hang off, or I don't know. I don't think there's any roller coaster that really, well, I guess, but you know, the ones that like dangle your feet, I guess. that is an example of like what would make someone like panic. So gravitational insecurity is definitely a new one for me, but that's definitely a part of the hypersensitivity. Auditory, they hate loud noises and unexpected noises like fire drills or noisy classrooms, and they get agitated and have a difficulty concentrating when there's a variety of different noises at the same time. So the reason why I'm like, hey, I think I might be here is I don't think I'm tactile, but sometimes hugs weird me out a little bit. Like I could hug people and I'm fine with it, but there's other people where I'm like, maybe not, but maybe that's just coming from the constant, you know? I'm like, this guy's stinky and I know it. But otherwise, people I'm comfortable with or like friends, I'm like, I can hug. So maybe it's like a germaphobe thing. Yeah, I can bearcat hug someone, no problem, but like it has to be on my accord. I don't want anyone else to like do it. I have to be okay. Not touchy. Yeah, my most common reason to leave stream is hearing a sudden audio peak. Yeah, Tippa can hug. These arms were made for hugging. But I think I fit more along the auditory. I know it sounds crazy, but when I'm studying, I need to be in silence. And it's like, Tippa, all these Pomodoro sessions, you have music though. Yeah, I have it really low, so it doesn't bother me, and I can like zone it out. But like if I hear any noises, like it was like probably the most irritating thing when I was in undergrad, because I would go into like the, how do you say it, a quiet study floor of like the library. Like they had a whole floor dedicated to it, and there would be groups that came up sometimes because they're like, oh, we couldn't find seats downstairs. Like, brother, get out of here. Your conversation is so bothersome, and I'm so hyper focused on you speaking that I can't focus on my things, and I'm going to lose it. How dare you be here? You know what I mean? Like literally there's signs everywhere. Like, please, I don't know. I feel like most people don't like loud unexpected noises. Like, it'll scare me, a fire drill, but I'm not like, I don't know how to explain it. There's some people who react really poorly to it, you know? Yeah. So I'm like trying to see if I could come up with a different example, but I'm like, whatever. Not yours. Your audio is good. It's just the random streams. No, I feel, yeah. That's why I feel bad about like the audio peaking sometimes, or I'll have to lower it sometimes. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's some streams that I lower it because I'm like, oh, that was really loud. Okay, sorry. I'm here in spirit still. But oral and motor taste. So some people with hypersensitivity, they're very picky eaters. They only like certain textures or tastes. They're unable to eat something that has a variety of textures and tastes at the same time. Same girl, by the way, that I had mentioned earlier was talking about her eating habits, and she's like, I don't like teriyaki sauce. I don't like anything that's like sticky. And I'm like, oh, okay. And she was talking about, how do you say it, that she doesn't like the red sauce. And she's like, well, I don't really like the white sauce either. I like plain noodles the best. That's my favorite. And I'm like, oh, okay. You know, I thought that was a very, you know, interesting. Don't get me wrong, when I was young, I think plain butter noodles or whatever they did in that like pre-K food, I was like, this is delicious. There's no sauce? Wow. But I know textures can be a huge thing, but obviously, as you can imagine, this can affect nutrition and social family eating, because now the family who are okay with eating like I don't know, spaghetti and meatballs with red sauce, it's kind of like, oh, I need to get like a little separate batch. I can't mix this in. I have to put this for like my kid who only eats this, you know? And you have to be very picky about where you go out to eat, because it's like, can my kid eat this, you know? You can eat multiple textures, but they're split around my plate and I take a bite without mixing them. I see that. That was my Thanksgiving plate. That was my Thanksgiving plate. Yeah, boy. Consume the green sauce if you have a third option. Yeah. So hypersensitivity, as defined again, is that they actually have a low threshold for sensation. So we think of the threshold as like, I guess the sound meter, basically, if you guys are familiar. I feel like I have to take a little picture or something. But think of like your green, yellow, red. And they have a very low threshold. So green is your normal, but as soon as it hits like a little bit into the yellow, you're like, okay, this is too much now. And it's like, wait, we barely just peaked. What do you mean? Nope, I'm not interested. And it's like, oh, okay. So what happens is that because they have this low threshold for sensation, they react more strongly or quickly to sensory output because it doesn't take too much to activate their sensory system. So again, we talked about the tactile, we talked about the auditorial, we talked about the gravitational and oral. So let's go to the other side of the spectrum, I suppose. If there's hypersensitivity, what is the opposite? So we have like hyposensitivity. So instead of sensory defensiveness, we have something called low registration. So for tactile and touching, they don't register pain. There's a delayed reaction to touch, and they may not realize there's food on their face or messy hands. Like, they don't care. Brother, I'm hyper aware of that. If I have something on my face, I wipe it off immediately. They may seek intense sensory input to wake up or alert self by like touching everything. That's just what they do. They literally super hands-on. Just because they want to, and I know it sounds like kind of emo-ish, but they just want to feel something, you know what I mean? But literally, because they're in their brain, they're not meeting that threshold of like satisfaction of like, oh, I've touched this enough, you know? I need to touch this more to understand and recognize and be like, oh, okay, cool. For proprioception, poor motor planning due to not knowing where the body is in space, and they just crave, this is crazy, they just crave into crashing into things and jumping and climbing. These are the kids who love jumping on like trampolines. These are the kids who are running into walls literally because they like the sensation of, oh, haha, I hit myself into a wall, which sounds psychotic, but like, but those are kids, you know? Those are kids who are lacking that proprioception. So getting them to jump and being like, aha, I know where I am in space. I don't feel myself when I jump up. I'm jumped down. Oh my gosh, the jumping down and feeling my knees and that ground force reaction when I come crashing down from the jump. Wow, so fun, so cool. I'm gonna do that 10 times over. It's like crazy. Vestibular, so this is more like hearing. Or not hearing, but like, how do you define vestibular? It is related to your hearing, but your balance. Under reaction to vestibular input, it takes a really long time to get dizzy or look clumsy and off balance, and they may crave spinning, swinging, or rolling. Yeah, kids definitely do that. Auditory for hyposensitivity, they don't really respond to their name or there's a delayed response. And of course, this can affect their communication or social skills, and they may miss key information in class. For oral or motor or taste, they have a low tone in oral motor musculature. So, it does sound psychotic. What's more psychotic is this. Dun, dun, dun. No, I'm just kidding. Eats or craves intense flavor. So these are people who are like, I'm really craving something sour or spicy. Like, they really want to wake up their mouth by having these strong flavors. They're like, yeah, because everything else is very like bland to them. And they eat or crave hard and chewy or crunchy stuff to increase that tactile, or again, that touch and that proprioception of what they feel in their mouth. So, smiley face emoji. And really, if they have any low registration in any of these senses, it can lead to poor sensory discrimination, and that can really affect their learning. So, as we mentioned about hypersensitivity, about the threshold, where they have a low threshold, think about that green, yellow, red, and that like little like voice meter. These people, hypersensitive, they have a high threshold for sensation. They can be in the red, and even then, maybe that may not be enough for them. They need a much stronger, more intense sensory input to notice or respond to something, which is crazy. But like that's what it is. Not to say people with hyposensitivities is crazy, but like to see a kid like go like bounce off the walls because they are deprived of sensation and they're just looking for some kind of input is a really wacky sight to have, basically. So what do we do? Like, what do you do if there is someone, a kid or a child, who has sensory processing disorders? Well, we want to focus on improvement skills and functional outcomes. And really, there's no really direct way to be like, okay, touch sand, do this, like straightforward. But there's very subtle ways we can go about this. Sensory intervention should be integrated in the child's normal daily routines and tasks. And here are some examples of functional goals that we write as PTs that I'll read in just a moment. Man, Gamer, welcome back. Thank you so much for the self-care check. I appreciate it. I will politely chug the rest of my tea. Hold on. Thank you, Gamer. Drink that tea. I know it's almost done too. Hold on, let me just chug it. One moment. Thank you. Thank you so much for the inhalation of air as well. And thank you so much for the posture check. My posture is actually pretty good right now, but squeeze the shoulder blades, or I'll just extend it really. Hold on. Thank you. We should throw hydrates at the streamer? Well, I wouldn't waste your points because I just ran out of tea. That third sip of tea, that goes out to you, Borbo. Thank you so much for the hydrate redeem. Anyway, so some examples of functional goals. So in 6 weeks, CJ would explore the rice and sand table in his preschool classroom by putting his hands into the sensory bin for 5 minutes while having an outburst or an adverse reaction to find hidden objects in the bin in order to participate with his classmates in the play activity to decrease tactile defensiveness. So rice and sand are probably not the greatest textures for some, and so this is just saying, hey, we are being sneaky about this. Hey, CJ, can you go ahead and find the little dinosaur piece in this bin? Can you find it for me? And then they have to dig through it, and they don't really think about it, and they kind of just do it, and by that, exposing themselves to it, and it kind of they'll talk about this in a little bit, but exposing yourself little by little by little will help you kind of gain a tolerance for these hyper or hyposensitivities. My professor was very sweet, and we had like a little lab on Saturday about working your way up and making like certain accommodations. Like, let's say a kid hates water, but you drew something in the water. It's like, okay, maybe they don't like putting their hand into the water, but we can do like a little like how do you say it? Like a little fishing net, and they can grab it, and then we'll ask them to dry the toy, and that could be like a little accommodation, so they're still messing with the water and getting used to it. Or we can ask them to pop bubbles, because popping bubbles is not getting their hands drenched into the water, but still getting them familiar with, like, you know, oh, there's water on your hand, okay, let's go ahead and dry it off, and we'll keep popping the bubbles, and that gives them that like small, like gradual exposure, which will help them out a lot. In 6 weeks, AJ will go down the 10-foot playground slide in his backyard independently without crying or refusing to participate in weekly play dates. This is going to be gravitational insecurity. Kid hates 10-foot slide because his feet are not planted to the ground. Hey, let's try the slide, baby! BJ will be independent in using how to use the engine run program, which is something that we'll talk about in a little bit, okay? This is really interesting because if you're familiar with the Cars movie, because I'm not, how your engine run is based off this, and this is going to help the child to self-regulate the level of activeness by choosing the appropriate calming or alerting activities to allow for full participation in family activities. So this is like a fun coping strategy. So recovery versus compensation is a very interesting topic to have in the PT field as a whole. Recovery, like before I read all this, recovery is more like, hey, they might be at 50%, but we're going to get them back to 100%. We're going to get them back to normal or what they were previously. While compensation is, hey, this might be a hard talk, but we're never going to get to that 100%. Never. You're never going to get back to what you need to do, but we'll get very close to it, and we'll try to see what we can do and what accommodations we can make for it. So for recovery versus compensation for sensory processing disorder, neuroplasticity. Children's brains have a great capacity for neuroplasticity. Although there is limited high-level research on sensory processing intervention, it is a promising intervention that has led to changes in behavior, which may lead to more permanent changes in sensory processing. But there needs to be more brain research on this. So it's possible that, hey, you can have a full recovery from sensory processing disorder, which sounds crazy. When sensory impairment does not show dramatic change, compensatory strategies for the long term, which include modifying the environment or using equipment or other products. So basically, hey, if they're not showing the dramatic improvement, we will compensate. But some research is proving, hey, we can get you back to 100%. You won't have these processing disorders ever. So crazy. Well, let's talk about some interventions. So interventions are going to focus on consistent, gradual sensory input through sensory diets, and we'll talk about sensory diets in a little bit. We can have one-to-one therapy, so sensory integration sitting or sit. We could talk about how your engine runs, that's another one. And then just really modifying the environment to avoid over or under stimulation. So here's some modifications. If a child's overly sensitive to noise or visual stimuli, you would like to be, pretty much one-on-one in a quiet room with little clutter. If a child has tactile defensiveness, so they have a hypersensitivity to tactile, simple things like removing tags from clothing or avoid brushing up to people may ward off these feelings of discomfort. If the child is hyper or hyposensitive to any sensory system, equipment providing external compression such as weighted vests and blankets and compression garments such as the SPIO, Vernic, or Theratogs, can provide extra proprioception, which is calming. So, I know I cropped it out, but basically think of like a Velcro vest that you give to the child, and it's like this hugging sensation that doesn't really provide warming or anything. It's just a hugging sensation, which can calm a child, whether again they're hyper or hypo. So here are the various sensory systems: tactile, proprioceptive, vestibular, visual, auditory, or oromotor, and olfactory. We didn't really talk about smell though, but excuse me. These are kind of more examples of like hypo versus hyper. So go. Hedgehog number 1. Thank you so very much for the follow, gamer. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. I'm going over final stuff, so apologies. But yeah, so for tactile or the touching, people who are hyposensitive, again, they crave this. They crave touching and feeling and doing all this stuff. So light touch, tickling, bumping, textured stuff, sticky, sharp pain, rough textures, vigorous, cold, all that good stuff. This is stuff that they're craving. While if someone who's hypersensitive wants deep pressure, neutral warmth, very slow rhythmic touch, basically kind of like kneading, I guess, of a cat. Heavy work or lifting and pushing can help kind of calm them down as well, and some weight bearing activities will also be beneficial. But Hedgehog, thank you so much for the inhalation of air and posture tech. I will definitely do that right now. Hold on. Right, squeeze the shoulder blades and into the nose, through the mouth. Thank you, gamer. It all comes back to baby peas. It does. Thank you, Borbo. I think maybe. Sure. Bye. Anyway, so for proprioception, for hyposensitivity or hyposensitivity, we're looking for anything that's aphrodisiacal. So things that are not to the rhythm. So you could be like 1 2 1 2, and they're what they're looking for is 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3. It's like very like what but that's what they're craving. Proprioceptive wise. While again hypersensitive, they want calming, slow and consistent. Vestibular, you want to spin them in that little like whatever spin thing on the playground. They're gonna be so happy. While people with hypersensitivity are like no. Visuals, people crave bright. Hypersensitivity craves like pastels and pale colors. Auditory, hyposensitive people like loud sounds, while hyper does not. Oral motor is going to be cold, spicy, or sour. And then hypersensitivity is, how do you call it? They like hard candy. it's pretty smooth, I guess. And they like very bland things. So actual interventions. So this is kind of out of order that we mentioned above, but let's talk about sensory processing interventions with SIT. So SIT, or sensory integration therapy, is one of the more common interventions that we have, and the goal is to promote the child's ability to organize progressively and increasingly complex successions of the adaptive responses to sensory input. So method is really just one-on-one with the child using a variety of sensory equipment and experiences to hopefully rewire or tap into the neuroplasticity of the nervous system to improve sensory processing for improved function that would be lasting. So this is all to say that we are gradually implementing these sensations to help rewire the nervous system to improve their sensory processing in order for the improvement of function. This is a high quality chat. Thank you, gamer. Handshake emoji. Thank you. I mean, really, this is just a lecture, and like, you know, I don't expect the cops to be talking over the professor. Professor dies of embarrassment. But I expect the smile and nod. Huh, interesting. Yes, quite. And maybe like, hey, professor, I have something to say. Hey, I think I can add on to this. And I'll be like, oh yes, you over there. So I take no offense or anything like that. I'm just more confused. I don't know. Free lecture. I usually pay for those. Professor. Exactly. I'm not a real professor. I'm a professor. Like, sure. Why the hell not? Sorry, it's a reference to the meme. It's a quote. Shut. The teacher be talking. Exactly. Anyway. No. Anyway, so that's it, right? Sensory integration therapy. Sensory diets, though. This is going to be planned and scheduled daily programs of specific sensory activities designed by the therapist to help the patient feel calm, alert, and organized. Think of it like a nutritional diet. Where you need it to function, and you need it often when you're hungry, and you can use any or all the sensory systems, whatever that child craves input or what they need to calm down with. So I know that sounds crazy. It's like, what? We're gonna feed into their hyper or hypo sensitivity? Like, yeah, make those accommodations. That's what the child needs or wants, then we're gonna go ahead and do it. Why not? And this is gonna help them feel more calm, alert, and organized, and they just need to get these emotions or like feelings out, then why not? So the example that they used in lecture is that the person who was speaking, the professor, was like, yeah, I had a child when my child was young. Basically, they had a sensory processing disorder and they were hyposensitive. So I just really wanted them to sit still during dinner so we could have like nice family dinner time together. But they had so much energy. They craved movement because, again, of the hyposensitivity, that they had a routine that they had to move. They had them do 10 pull-ups. They run around the house twice. They jump on a trampoline, and this is all for like 10 minutes. And he needs to get that all out of the system. He does this all for 10 minutes. And then we have him sit at the dinner, and he's calm. I mean, yeah, I would be calm too. All my energy is gone. But that is the idea, or that is the concept, or an example of a sensory diet. We just feed them what they need and what they want for an allowed amount of time, so then they could get back on track. There's also another thing that we didn't really quite talk about. This is really good for people who have tactile hypersensitivities. So the Will Barger brushing program is when you provide firm, rhythmic strokes with surgical brush down the arms, legs, and back, followed by very gentle joint compressions. And again, this is going to help children with hypersensitivity and done throughout the day. So if a child doesn't like touch, well, technically they're not being touched directly by a person. They're being touched by like this like bristle, and it's going to be calming to them in a sense because it's firm and rhythmic. And what happens is that it's very interesting because you progress this like every 2 hours throughout the day, and the kid just magically gets used to like touch, and they're like, okay, no more hypersensitivity to tactile cues. Ah ha 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 ha. It's interesting. It's effective apparently. And then the last intervention that we have is about self-regulation. So you see, look, it's cars. Wow. Ka-chow, or whatever he says, right? So the self-regulation is, how does your engine run program? And this is really just like a more one-to-one conversation with the kid of being taught to understand how their body works with the sensitivities, and how to develop strategy if they're feeling alerting or they need calming interventions. So how your engine run has cars, and so it's like, are you feeling high? Are you feeling just right? Or are you feeling low? So if they're like, hey, I need to get all of this out of my system, it's like, oh, okay, so how can we do the sensory diet thing to make you feel just right? And then you implement that. If they're feeling low, it's kind of like, oh, okay, well, how do we implement these alerting techniques so you could just be right, you know? So yeah, it just promotes or helps kids kind of recognize that it's like, wait, let me have a little out-of-body experience and be like, what am I feeling and how am I feeling right now? I want to feel just right. I'm feeling low, so what can I do? Therapist, parental unit, whatever. But yeah, Cars jump scare, honestly. Okay, so we have one more section. It's a little, it's not lengthy. I think we could be able to do it, but with the ad, how do you say it? Oh my gosh. With how the ad might play in like the next like 15 minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and just do another quick 3-minute ad break if you cubs are okay with that, and then that should be our last one, and then we should be able to wrap it up. But we just have one more section to go, and this is not the funnest, but maybe this could be applicable to you cubs when it comes to laws and regulations. The notes are a little bit out of order, but we're going to talk about things like the Americans Disability Act, accommodations, 504 plans, IEPs, IFSPs, and other wacky things. So please just give that one moment. Heck yeah! Laws and regulations. Let's go! Yeah, let's go. We'll be back. We're going. We're gonna use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. And I hope you cubs get to do the same. So I will politely BRB. Wow. Thank you so much, Erica, for your patience. I really do appreciate it. I'm actually glad that I went on that 3-minute break because for whatever reason, as soon as I stood up, my alarm went off. And trust me, Cubs, I don't know about you, but every time I have like a random alarm set, I'm like, am I still asleep? Like, did I dream all this study? I'm so big brain. I'm like, why do I have an alarm? But thankfully, I label my alarms sometimes. And it looks like this was the alarm that I had from last week that I just forgot to turn off. Like, I just set it for like every Thursday instead of being like, oh, on this one Thursday, please do this, you know? Hee So you would have just heard my alarm being like, beep, 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 wake up! Surprise alarm, honestly. But thank you so much for the welcome back. Thank you, and hi to any Cup who came on in. Welcome! So we're just finishing the last bit of something for sure. We're finishing the last bit of the Unit 13, or our last part of what we need to do for finals. I am about T-minus an hour and 30 minutes left of my beautiful, or until my beautiful second exam. And once that exam is over, we are halfway there, so I'm very excited. Let's go ahead. I love setting random alarms. It keeps me on my toes. No thank you, gamer. I'm like... I get scared. I'm like, what? I'm sleeping. Did I ever show you guys my alarm? Do you know what my alarm is? Well, you have to know it, but it's the Hololive. Hold on. Let me see. Is this one it? No, that. Wait, where's the one that just played? Hello? 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 Can you guys hear it if I put it? Oh, well, maybe if I speak.
Beep, 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 beep.
So, oh, sorry. Yeah, incredible. Yeah, so I'm like, what's happening? Yeah, so it's like, Corone, Ame, Gura. I was just like, oh. But that's my like casual wake up alarm. If not, I know we were just talking about auditory sensory stuff, but I'm like, now that I have my alarm set. But this is the one I typically wake up to. I wake up to that. I wake up to this. Yeah, I'm a gamer when it comes to sleeping, you know? Anyway, no more alarms. I think Tip is hypersensitive. I might. I think so too. You should set up a custom alarm? You should. I can send you the Hololive one if I find it. You wake up? That's not very gamer of you, brother. It's the fear that wakes me up. I'm like, loud noise? Ah! I think we talked about alarms a few times before, and I was like, you know, how nice would it be to have like the sun setting once, to be like, ah, the light, and oh, I'm waking up so naturally, and I don't feel like tired. In my dreams, I wish. But yeah, with that said, guys, let's go ahead and end strong for our last little part so I can cram in that stuff I was saying I wasn't confident in. The assistive technology stuff, I might have sounded confident. That's like the one I feel like the least confident in. Actually, the law stuff kind of messes me up too, but I feel a little bit better, and I hope maybe that talking about it will get us through it, you know? Actually, hold on really quick. Wait, oh my gosh, try it one really quick. Okay, I forgot I had to send a message. I was like, wait, that's kind of time sensitive. Anyway, I need to change my alarm every now and then because if I get used to it, I never wake up. Let me randomize alarms. Brother, just do it yourself. You can set up multiple alarms on your phone, but you'll just have to remember every night. Or, you know, you can have, look. I am a genius. So, you have one alarm at 7, right? Let's just assume that's the time you have to wake up, right? Then you set up like 5 different alarms, right? And so you'll always have one for 7, but for the 6:55 ones, those would be your customizable ones. So if you remember to set them up, you could be like, I want to wake up to this one today, you know? I'm also sure there's an app or something. But there you go. It's like a failsafe. It's so clever. But I understand. I need like really loud obnoxious alarms. I need to like wake up afraid. If I need to wake up, especially for school when I have to wake up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, I'm like, If not, I'll never wake up. Anyway, but yeah, laws and regulations. So we're gonna be talking about several things. We are on page 35 out of 40, so yay! 5 more pages! Thankfully, these are all chunky tables and maybe some random notes at the end, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. So let's go ahead. So 504 plans. I do want to say this is very America-centric, so apologies to any cub outside of the US. But yeah. I generally consider it a shot clock, but I heard they had a high fail rate. What do you mean? Like it just doesn't work? I mean, I guess that's what fail means, right? Have you tried those alarms? You know, I considered when going to Holland, I was like, oh, I don't want to be a burden to people, so I thought of getting the alarm that like vibrates your pillow or something like that. Like for the people who are hard of hearing, so I don't wake up anyone because I was sleeping in the living room. And I'm like, am I like it's like I'm sorry, it's like the Reddit dress. Am I the booty hole for setting up my alarms while sleeping in the living room for the next 6 weeks, waking up people who don't go to bed until 2 a.m.? Am I? Oh my goodness. They break after a few shocks? Boom. Brother. Alright, I'm setting you on a bedtime now. Today's not even that great too. I mean, today's great because it's Ryan's birthday, but I was like, hey, I was actually having to tell you Cubs about anime night. That's happening tonight still. But I'm like, Cubs, can we just still watch only that one episode Dan Da Dan? Not that I hate Apothecary Diaries. It was very okay until I saw the kiss scene. So, okay, that's where you could listen here. That's where my intentions stand, okay? And I thought it was very good reading the first few chapters. But the animation and how they're pacing is not that great, okay? And even though it builds up, look, listen. Anyway, but I still want to finish it because I'm nosy. But, the Gamer Awards are happening today. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's so cool. We could just watch the Gamer Awards after anime night. And I technically think the Gamer Awards start at my time of my exam at 7:30. But I'm like, we could have a watch-along party, but we still need to get that one episode of Dan Da Dan in. So maybe one of the Cubs can host it and I could take over or something. Or you can have both, I guess. I don't know. Have it on the side as mute. So look forward to it. But the anime night, the Game Award, what do you call it, starts for a very long time. It's 7:30 to 11:30, I think. So go to bed early starting next year. I was gonna say like, oh, next week? No, next year is like right around the corner. New Year's resolution. I will help make sure the anime night's early too. Yeah. Dan Da Dan the picture with Subway Surfer? Yeah. Conan says one of my friends and players has his alarm as the Reapers from Mass Effect, so several games have been interrupted by his wake-up alarm. Oh, he works third shift. I'm so sorry. I don't think I'm familiar with the Reaper sounds. I would have to hear it. Link it in the Discord because I won't be able to hear it now. And then I'll be like, oh, there's so many things to catch up on. Yay! You don't have to. I'll try to remember. It's embedded in my brain. Reapers, Mass Effect, Reaper, Overwatch. Anyway. 504 plans! So, 504 plans. So when we're talking about laws and regulations, now we're going to be talking more on the pediatric side of like schooling and what young kids do for like public education and stuff, and then how are these accommodations made for youths with disabilities. So the 504 plan is actually a plan mandated under the ADA, oh my goodness, please help me, American Disability Act. So Section 504 is going to cover the lifespan, the safeguards, and the rights of persons with disabilities in many areas of their life. This is also going to include employment, public access to buildings, so that's why you have those ramps and those, you push the buttons for the doors to open, transportation. I don't know if you guys have seen, but some of the buses for public transportation, the bus can go lower down so someone can ramp up on the little ramp that they fold out for wheelchair users, and education. The 504 plans are designed to ensure that a student with disability receives the necessary accommodations to access education on an equal basis with their peers. Unlike an IEP, which we'll talk about in just a moment, this does not include specialized instructions but focuses on removing barriers in the general education setting. So really, this is just an equal opportunity for employment, transportation, and public spaces. More in a school sense, it's just to provide access to education, making those accommodations. So think about like school children who go on buses who might use a wheelchair. We're gonna have the school buses accommodate to make room and make sure that these kids with wheelchairs can fit safely and such. Sorry, I'm like trying to think of another word. I'm like, I can't. Into that wheelchair so they can attend school as much as everyone else. So unlike IEP, it doesn't have specialized instructions, but it's going to remove those like physical barriers. So let's talk about IEP for a moment. IEP is a individualized education program. TLDR, this is a personalized plan to support the student's unique learning needs, strengths, and goals. The IEP, Individualized Education Program, is renewed every year. There's an annual meeting to sit down with service coordinators and update said plans. So for the IEP, this is going to originate from the IDEA, which is the Individuals with Disability Act. IDEA has a Part B and Part C to it. This is why it's like highlighted in red, so please excuse me, but we'll talk about that in just a moment. So this origination from IDEA, the IEP is going to ensure students with disabilities have access to free, appropriate public education or FAPE that's tailored to their unique needs, and this could be a variety of things. IEP is a central component of IDEA because IEPs are going to serve as a roadmap for how schools will provide specialized instruction, related services, and that could be therapy, that could be physical, occupation, speech therapy, and accommodations to eligible students. It's in gamers? Thank you! Thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. I will look at it after stream and I'll be like, wow, that is a great alarm. Or I'll be like, boo, boo, get the HoloLive one, boo. Convert your third shift rent to HoloLive, boo, you know. Anyway, so the IEP is, how do you call it? Sorry, all 3 to 21-year-olds in special education must have an IEP. They have to. How else are we going to get that beautiful specialized instruction, related services, and accommodations? They have to, and it's only ages 3 to 21. So what happens when you're before the age of 3? We'll talk about that actually in a little bit. But the IEP is going to define a child's needs and appropriate program and outcomes. It's going to emphasize participation in the general education curriculum with the functional performances. So their participations of, hey, they're able to play with others, they're able to do XYZ. We're going to go ahead and emphasize on that because play is the most important part when it comes to, well, being a kid. But unfortunately, you need those functional performances of, hey, can this kid sit, stand, squat, etc. To make sure that they're able to play it. So from here, we're going to identify educational and related services. So we're going to identify their current academic achievements and how we can pretty much help them thrive. And we're going to make measurable annual goals. So they'd be like, okay, by the end of the year, we believe the student should be like AB honor roll. Maybe, maybe not. But you know, that's like a goal that we can measure. Like, here are their grades because we gave them these accommodations. This is definitely a team approach. And this IEP also has written statements. So these written statements are going to be an explanation to why this child will not be able to participate in regular classes, that they need these necessary accommodations, and a description of the child's progress towards meeting these goals. So it isn't like child will be better. It's like child will improve in XYZ for this reason, for XYZ, blah, 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 blah. Can't believe they got rid of your IEP? Maybe they thought you were so good, gamer. They're like, he doesn't need this. He's outgrown this. It's like, what? But that is weird. I won't say it, but I mean, I would say that's a good thing in the sense of, hey, that means that you reached your goals, smiley face emoji. But they probably should have just kept it with you throughout your whole education. You know what I mean? Without like your grade school education, and then you could worry about it later. But you know, college, and I'm sure as the program that you're in now has like other student accommodations if you need. So, But this is all again with the free public education. So see here. So that's IEP. That was the reason I just worked too hard. Nah! What a gamer question mark. But that's I mean, I can't shame like, oh, you work too hard, boo, bah, you know what I mean? Good job, gamer. But yeah, so that's the IEP. Gamer question mark? Handshake. Oh. Anyway. So the ISFP, this is sorry, let me get the cursor. I have a really bad thing where I'll just read. I'm like, brother, where are you reading? Individualized Family Service Plan. As it says in the title, it's to identify individual needs. You see, the I and I means individualized. Yep, that makes sense to me. Anyway, so Individualized Family Service Program, or the IFSP, is family focused. They have goals for children and family, and it's within this natural environment. This is also renewed every year, and there's an annual meeting to sit down with service coordinators and update the said plan. So what happens is that the ISFP is going to originate from IDEA as well, but this is from Part C, and Part C focuses on having this plan designed for children from ages birth, from like day one out the womb, to age 3 who qualify for early intervention services due to developmental delays or disabilities. So this is going to really focus on developmental needs and the family's role in supporting the growth within a natural environment. So we're talking about home and daycare. We're not sending this like 1-year-old to school already. We just need to focus on what they can do and how we can get the family all involved in this. There's like another example I have somewhere. Hold on. Yeah. One moment. So the goal of IE, or early intervention, is to enhance the development of infants and toddlers with disabilities, support families in meeting their child's needs, reduce the need for special education services later, and really to work on maximizing a child's potential during the critical 0 to 3 developmental window. So yeah. IE is part of IDEA C and uses the individual family service plan to address goals of both the child. So she used an example, so I do apologize if it starts getting really repetitive. But yeah, for early intervention care, really think that family involvement, we're going to meet them in a natural environment, not involvement. There you go, tip of brain. And help family coordinate meetings by, help the family coordinate by meeting the child's needs by educating the family and including the family into treatment. So in the clinic, we might be like, oh, we may make a goal of child has to do 5 trials of this, or 3 sets of 10 of this, etc. But really the child is, or the goal for IE is like, aw, baby Maggie holds hands and knees while playing with others in the living room during family time. Because really that social interaction can definitely go a long way, and we can help reach milestones from that, you know, and being like, oh, okay, we could reach this goal, but how are we gonna do this? Like, hey, baby Maggie has like an older sibling that they could play with, so this would be very cute, and this will help them do XYZ. And introducing this as early as possible, because kids are like sponges, and the neuroplasticity may help reduce the need again for them, getting that special education, or not having as much, I guess is maybe a better phrase. That still sounds bad. Anyway, so early childhood education or intervention, child's birth through 3 years old with disability and developmental delay. This is all again with the early intervention, the IE or ICI, but again abbreviated normally I or EI. Oh my goodness. Families who can afford services and pay for services on a sliding fee scale, and this provides environments where children live, learn, and play. So what do PTs do in a school setting? I think it's a little crazy to think that, hey, LMAO, we have like a, therapy at school, but pretty much what happens is that we want to promote functional independence, facilitate participation in school activities, and support a child's ability to access the least restrictive environment. And so what does that mean? So least restrictive environment, or LRE, is often referred to as an inclusion, and it's a key principle in special education under the IDEA principle, the individual's, oh goodness. I apparently don't remember the mnemonic. Anyway, we will go read on that in a little bit, but it ensures that students with disabilities are educated alongside their non-disabled peers to the maximum extent appropriate with necessary support and accommodations, and this can range from full participation in a general education classroom or to a more specialized setting. So this actually had many legal disputes, and the courts frequently ruled in favor of inclusion. It's like, yeah, just because these kids may be disabled, why are we going to exclude them from their peers? However, later rulings highlighted that inclusion in general education may not always be the most appropriate setting, especially for older students with severe disabilities. So the rational approach to this is that the LRE, the least restrictive environment decisions, must be based off what's best for the individual student considering their ability, needs, and potential to grow. A range of options for services and settings should be available to adapt to the changing needs of the child over time. So I don't know if you had this in your school basically, but I don't recall anyone with a disability that was, I guess, physically visible, I suppose, in my school or my programs. But they're saying like, hey, a kid with a wheelchair who's mentally there can attend normal classes. We want them in the least restrictive environment possible. But I remember in my class we had students who were like not there mentally. Like they had apologies. They had intellectual disabilities, and to mix a student like that with another student, it may not be like the best setting because maybe that child may not have the right social cues or interactive. They may be even like, I wouldn't say nonverbal, but they wouldn't know how to communicate properly and maybe even disruptive, you know? So that's why there was like this really strong separation in my school. So they're saying like, imagine mixing them, and it's like, actually wait, maybe not mix them. Actually wait, let this vary depending on what the student needs. So very easy smiley face emoji. But yeah, so that is the PT's role, to access the least restrictive environment. This is basically summed up, but we could quickly read through this really quick just to say we did it. But a PT can help evaluate movement and function, to assess a child's physical abilities, mobility, and gross motor skills, to identify challenges that are going to affect learning and participation, so playing with their peers. We're going to help develop goals academically, socially, and physically. Provide interventions so they can improve. Support in the classroom, so maybe some accommodations or modifications such as the adaptive seating we were talking about earlier, or maybe some assistive devices such as maybe a walker or the wheelchair to promote inclusion or in the general education setting. And then really just talking with staff and parents. Really, this is all for the child, and we should be able to communicate to make sure we're maximizing the child's potential and sharing their progress and having that consistency of care throughout. So what is the frequency in a pediatric PT? Like, how often are these kids seeing like rehab specialists? So the frequency is going to be determined by the special needs of the child. I know earlier in the stream we were talking about the strength considerations for children with different kind of conditions such as Down syndrome, autism, cerebral palsy, and Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. So the frequency is really going to depend, and it's going to be outlined in their individual family, their IFSP for ages 0 to 3, or their EIP for those who are ages 3 to 21. And these sessions are going to vary from, they're going to range from weekly to multiple times per week depending on how their therapy goals are. So, the setting again for IE is going to be natural settings. It's going to be at home or in the daycare, community settings. While for school-age children 3 to 21, this is going to be in schools, clinics, or other education systems or settings that is all going to be a part of that IDEA Part B. So here's some acts that I'd like to like briefly talk about, and I think after that we're pretty much done. So one of the biggest things we should talk about in reverse order, let's reverse the order really quick. It's Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA of 1990. So we talked about this recently, right? We said in the admin class they recently expanded what is covered as a disability and included more like mental and like things like cancer and diabetes. It's like, oh brother, I think that should have been there at the beginning, but who am I to judge? Anyway, let me make it a little bit more readable for you cubs, okay? So Americans with Disability Act of 1990 pretty much prohibits discrimination based on disability in all areas of public life. So hey, just because this guy is using a crutch, you can't discriminate against him for a job, or in school, or in transportation, or in public and private places that are open to the general public. So this is all like, hey, we're gonna make these, you cannot discriminate against these people. Section 504 is making sure that they have the appropriate accommodation to participate in any program and activity, and that's going to prohibit the discrimination based on their disability. And Section 504 is going to introduce the, again, free appropriate public education, which is going to ensure that students with disabilities have access to education and accommodation. And then our last thing is the idea. The idea is all about focusing on expanding the scope and emphasizing the individual's rights to inclusive education. And we had that part B and that part C. And part B, again, was going to be dealing with the IEP from ages 3 to 21 about getting the education and meeting their needs and getting the annual renewed. And then part C was focusing on that early intervention from ages 0 to 3. And with that, we're done. There's some like wacky questions I wrote here that we could briefly go over, but these were like questions I was like, okay, I got this off of Quizlet, and these sound like they would be on the test. That's not cheating. That's just, hey, that's a focus. That's a thing to focus on. Hi, gamer. Welcome on in. Welcome. But yeah, so which of the following programs is the primary federal program that authorizes state and local aid for special education and related services with disabilities? So local aid, special education, and related services is Section 504. Only education is going to be idea. So what are the mandated rights for children with disabilities in public school? We have availability of assistive technology, the right to due process, and parent participation. What is going to guide special education for children's ages 3 to 21? That is our IEP. And we didn't really get to talk about this, but which of the following ages represent when a transition planning individualized education must occur? At 16 years old, this is when we start transitioning from, like, you know, oh, you're in high school to, oh, you're going to be an adult soon. And with that, we are done. Let's go ahead and scroll up really quick. Close your eyes. Ah! And we're done. Yay! Thank you, Erika, for joining me for today in about roughly an hour. So that's really good. Roughly in an hour, I do have my second final. We're going to rinse and repeat this all again, potentially Monday and Tuesday. So look forward to it. But I can taste the light. I have that one thing. I don't know what it is. I can taste vision. Anyway, but we are rapidly approaching. After maybe the next 2 hours, I will be halfway there with all my finals. I just have 2 more finals, just to reiterate. Monday is going to be, I know we have a tomorrow thing, but Monday I do have a final. This is pediatrics related, so you might see me speak again. I might do half Pomodoro, half like speak about it, and it's just like kid conditions, just all of them. All of them, Tippa? Yeah, all of them. I spoke about them once, I'm going to speak about them again. And I'm going to have like a 30 question quiz that's going to also influence my exam average. So for whatever reason I do really bad on this exam, which I'm hoping I'm not. I feel pretty good with this one, but I also felt good about the last one. So, it would be very important, you know? And then Tuesday is geriatrics. Brothers, we're going to just be reading through a guide. We're going to be reading through a guide, smiling and nodding, and you're just gonna like this, you're just gonna have to listen. This one I'm like, oh my gosh, how fun and cool and applicable. Geriatrics, even Cubs, I told you the situation, right, where the professor gave me like a study guide, and I'm like, hey sir, you only went up to unit 6 and you said the final's cumulative and it's up to unit 11. Where's the rest of this like study guide? And he just gave me this whole thing of like, you know, this is complimentary, we don't even have to give you a study guide. I'm like, no sir, I just think you gave me the wrong study guide, like, or you gave us as a class. And he's like, no, I didn't give you anything wrong, but here's the study guide that I did when I was in your course, and it has like the remaining filling information, but it's just 20 painfully long pages of like black and white bullet points. Like it's actually miserable. So I'm gonna be looking at that misery. That's a tomorrow Tippa issue. Tomorrow Tippa's gonna be pissed, but tomorrow I'm going to be working on more Pomodoro and co-working, and I'm gonna be going through this study guide, and I'm going to be making it colorful, making it like pop, and making it understandable to me, and making sure that I'm addressing all the concepts necessary to make sure I pass this test. Geriatrics, even though I did not do bad on the first exam. These are one of the courses that only have 2 exams, so for whatever reason, if I just flat out fail that second exam, I may potentially fail the course, which means that I'm left back, and I would hate for that to happen because I would hate to retake that class again. I'll be happy to retake pediatrics. The professor was great, the formatting and everything was great about it, but I definitely don't want to. But geriatrics and admin, they can go heck off. So let's do our best. But anyway, thank you for the congrats. Thank you, Ro. Thank you. Monty says, student tip succeeds once more. Honestly, more Pomodoro. Yes, please. Yes, more Pomodoro, please. Yes, please. Dies. Oh my goodness. But yeah, more Pomodoro tomorrow, unfortunately. Okay. Good luck with the finals. Send you some extra brain cells, brother. I'm gonna take them. Thank you. Vanessa says good luck tips. You know the rest of my brain cells? I won't need them. Thank you. The self-evaluations can hack off, brother. I'm gonna be popping off on the self-evaluations. I'm gonna say for admin, please make this a half a term. Don't make this a full semester course. Don't have me do a project that made me put more time into the project than my actual studying that I won't actually like apply into my actual like career. I'm going to end you with my brain, with my mind. But yeah, thank you, Robo. Thanks for the stream tip. Have a good one, and best of luck on the final. Thank you, admin. I also have to work at admin tomorrow too, so I'm not gaming. Waiter, more Pomodoro. Dies. Anyway, thank you, Tommy. Thank you as well. Thank you, every Cubs, for being here. So I think I do have someone to raid. I know this sounds crazy. There's actually 2 people I'm debating about, but I think one person's already getting a head start on the Game Awards. They were also doing co-working and studying, so I'm like, oh, how cute. And they're a VTuber. And they're like doing a video editing. So it's basically like a just chatting if you wanted basically what we had, you know, and they're just video editing. And I'm like, oh, how nice. Now, I don't know if they're doing that thing where you can hear it. Like when I video edit, I'm annoying. I constantly like replay like the audio, like be like, oh, did this time out right? Did this sync right? So I can never really do video editing unless I mute the audio, like mute the output to you, Cubs, because it would get very tiring. Gaming? I hear gaming. Yeah, we're gonna be, there's the Game Awards tonight. But we're going to be watching that after anime night, probably. But yeah, it looks like they're getting a head start for it. So I'm going to rate someone else. The person I'm actually rating, I'm going to talk about a little bit later. But the name is Camellia. They're super cute. It's really awkward because we follow each other on TikTok and we have been for a long time, but I think this is my first time raiding into her because I don't normally get to see her stream live, so I'm like, oh good. And it looks like she just moved in somewhere, so it looks like she's celebrating both like a 5K and a housewarming party. So I'm like, oh heck yeah, brothers, let us celebrate. So let's go ahead and do our little quick chill. So thank you, every cup, for joining today. I really do appreciate it. Feel free to join the Discord. I ping when I go live. Thursdays, which is today, we have anime night, but we're only going to be watching the episode of Dan Da Dan, the newest one, and then watching the Game Awards. Okay? Also feel free to join the Spanish club. One day I'll have a actually let's write that down too. Spanish club command. Yep, that's on my list of things to do. Anyway, but feel free to join that. We're on week 2, going on week 3. So if you want to join in and hop in, you're more than welcome to. We're going to go ahead. Also, feel free to check out the Twitter for my schedule. I'll be back tomorrow, but I won't be back this weekend. Sorry. But I should be back. I think I wrote 12:30 p.m. EST. And we're going to be doing some more Pomodoro so we could get through this geriatric study guide. Boo, boo. And then I can tell you all of what happened during the pediatric stuff. Smiley face emoji. But feel free to check out the socials as well. Feel free to check out the YouTubes, the TikToks, and all that really cool stuff, okay? Okay. But yeah, let's go ahead and celebrate with Camellia. Let's go ahead and grab a raid message. If you're not subscribed, absolutely no hecking worries, because feel free to use the berry emoji with the Gao Gao raid. And if you are subscribed, thank you so very much for your support. Feel free to use the Tipanya with the Gao Gao raid, okay? Go Gao! Yeah, Kamate, thank you! I will do my very best, honey! Gawarimasu! But yeah, I hope you guys have I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I hope you have a happy Ryan's birthday day. I hope you wish her well. I have to tag her so you can see the comments in the Cup Club. We basically share a Discord until I I set her free. I'm like, fly free, baby bird. Have your own Discord. It's like her moving out of the house or something. I would love a ping channel though. I would love about the announcements. The dandelions? You're no longer Galdiners? Dandelions are dandelions are actually cuter. Oh, sorry to the Galdiner haters or lovers. We're dandelions now. Oh, that's actually very cute. I approve. 100% emoji. Now all we have to do is to get her to fix her arc tag, and I will be happy. I'll be like, all right, gamer, it's crown, not cry on. Anyway, that's fine. It's on brand for her, so it's okay. But thank you, Spud. Thank you. Thank you, Monte. Thank you, every comment. If I didn't say thank you, I'm sorry. But thank you. Know that I appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. Hopefully I get to see you tomorrow. If I don't, please have a good rest of your week. A better weekend. And until next time, okay? Bye, gamers! I'm typing the name right now. Amelia. And she's playing some Lethal Company right now. We love Lethal Company in this household. I haven't played Lethal Company in so long. Or and I are supposed to play it, so hopefully maybe I after finals, I'll be like, collabs? She has a raid message set up? Oh, I didn't mean to tell you that. She did. She does. But I feel like it might be a little too long. So it's okay. So it's fine. I think it was very sweet. She still has to set up the non-raid ones, you know, for people who are not subscribed. So you still have a purpose, but now it has to be like the little lion emoji with the little ZZZ emoji. So it could be like, oh, for people who are not subscribed. And she'd be like, oh yeah, I need to set that up. So there you go. Purpose reinstated. Let's go! Anyway, cuz I'm going to turn off my brain for 5 minutes. I'm going to do like a hard restart on my brain. I'm going to solidify and save all the knowledge that I yapped about for the past 4.5 hours. Hey, Cups, this was faster than yesterday, I'm pretty sure. And I'm going to start like cramming in flashcards until it's the time of the exam. So, ooh. I saw it. It needs to be Sleepy Ryan raid, right? Right? People have to be like, how do I say her name? Right, Rion? Right? I'm gonna just keep calling her Ryan. I just think it's so funny. Hey, Ryan. Anyway, alright, we gotta go. Cuz I will see you later. Lots of love to you. Please have a good rest of your day. All that good stuff. I'm going now. Oh, I have to unmute her stream. Okay, bye.